all the things. And we should put one more. Be good to go.
Should I say things so you can test the audio?
Always. Once I get here, bud.
Oh, yeah. Catherine, I like your glasses.
Everything is rose-colored, literally. So it's interesting to see the influence chart today.
Okay. Seems like we're okay?
Yes.
Tony? No, Tony is looking at the stream.
I am still trying to get to places.
You're good. You're good. No rush at all. Thank you, as always, for doing producer duties.
So much fun. It's really not that bad. It's just the technical difficulties. We sound good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Okay, so time for session 2 of Masks. Thanks everybody for joining again. Hopefully you had a good time last time because you're about to play some more. Before we get going with the game, I wanted to extend the offer that now that you've kind of gotten more of a feel for the system and maybe slightly more of a feel for who your heroes are, your characters are, if you want to make any minor revisions to things like, I want to take this move instead of that move, or even if, like I feel like this ability doesn't make perfect sense for my character, those are totally the kinds of things we could swap around. It's a comic book. Little changes happen in the background all the time.
Retconning is a thing.
Yeah, retconning is totally a thing. So if there's anything like that you would like to do before we get started, that's totally fine with me. Did anybody have any questions or concerns about that kind of stuff?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. So I think influence chart still updated. Okay, yes. So where we last left our heroes, they were having a slumber party at Cora's Robo family's house. Seemed like it was going well. She'd missed a call from her home planet because she was having too much fun with her Earth friends. And then we got a quick kind of teaser scene where Yuki was seemingly being browbeaten by the principal and like talking about how some numbers weren't cutting it. And then we broke for our first session, and now it's time for session 2. So I think we probably pick up after the slumber party. I imagine that was probably you were at school, but it must have been a weekend. So this is probably a Sunday, because it had to be a weekend because, you just showed up at school and there weren't tons of people there. So this is probably a Sunday, and I think you've all decided to keep the party going. And where else do teens go to keep the party going but the mall? The Halcyon City Mall. Wait, did I have a better name for it? Nope, Halcyon City Mall. And it's a lovely new facility, very deluxe. It's kind of like, it's all bright and shiny and not at all depressing like actual malls are these days. And I think... where kind of places do you young kids congregate in the mall?
The food court.
The food court, okay. Or is trying fascinated by this this spread of human cuisine all in one place?
There's a steak, but also a shake. Do you shake the steak? What is this? Wait. Sparrow? Sparrow?
What was the joint that Jenna used to work at?
Oh, it was Trejos Tacos.
Have they franchised into the food court?
No, they're too good for the food court.
They only got like fantasy Taco Bells here.
They probably have some knockoff, or what were you going to say, Cora? Sorry.
I know what Cora would be fascinated by. What on earth is hot dog on a stick? Why is it on a stick? Does that somehow enhance the experience?
What's Killer and interested into the food court, or Killer and already eat?
What would I don't know. What's an emo food at a food court?
I don't know.
I feel like all of my food court
Diving into
experiences.
my experiences, only slushies.
You go to
That's true. You can
you
just
go
have
to
a
Yummy
huge.
Japan.
There you go.
Oh man.
Or whatever. Whatever stir fry joint there is in the area. The local one, not like Panda Express.
Nice. Okay, so I think you've probably all reconvened at your table. Your little table with the attached chairs that kind of rotate around and squeak like hell when they do.
Quora has a truly like prodigious amount of food from almost every place on her tray, which is extra amazing given that that's not actually how Quora gets her nutrition. It's purely for experiential value.
Like when you go to Epcot, you know, you gotta try the different food cultures. You're trying Earth cultures now.
Exactly.
That raises an
Tomorrow is squeaking on the chairs excessively.
That raises an interesting question. How does Cora get her Earth money? Do her parents send her like an allowance of like precious alien resources that she can like trade in or something?
It's laundered.
I was gonna say, I mean, she's probably just got like a printer.
Your robot parents just print it.
She counterfeits?
I just go to like WardBot, you know, and I'm like, WardBot, we're going to the mall. Can I have my allowance? An allowance is very.
And WardBot just says, "You bet, champ." And holds out like a hand and just like. WordBot always calls you champ. Okay. So yeah, I think you are literally right about to tuck into this wonderful assortment of food you've gathered up when you start hearing screams emerging from the other side of the food court, kind of, you know, like where the food court connects to the rest of the mall, and people are screaming like, "Oh my God, what is he doing? Oh no!" And you hear laughing and you know, somebody who's trying to sound like they're very good at villainous laughter. What do you do?
What does their villainous laugh sound like?
That kind of thing.
Thank you.
Under no circumstances can I let people not pay attention to me, so I immediately have to investigate to see who is stealing my spotlight.
Okay. Well, as you leap to your feet and start running to check it out, you see at the far end of the food court there's a statue. Much of this food court, the theme is kind of like monuments to like heroes from throughout Halcyon City's history. And then there's one at the entrance of the food court. There's this one statue of Maggie Millennium, who was like one of the first great heroes to emerge, like between World War I and II. And there's a figure standing on top of the statue and he has like this. Has this very like fancy outfit. And he has a cape, and he has a mask on, like kind of like a butterfly-looking mask, covering like this part of his face. But you know, you can see he has his eyes. And I can do this because people can see me. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
no, there's no video on the mask stream. I didn't have time to.
Okay, well,
I didn't have time to redo that one.
that's fine.
Don't
have
tell
to
the
describe
audience
it.
that. Make them think that the error's on their end. Oh man, what am I doing wrong on the stream?
It looks like the masks that Lucina wore in Fire Emblem Awakening. You can Google it. Yeah, he is holding this this blazing sword above the statue, and he looks like he's about to plunge it down when he notices you coming up. And he just shouts at you like, "Get away from me! You don't know your get away from me! This doesn't concern you."
Right now, Killerin is just finishing his last spring roll.
Okay, so Mallory's up there. Is she doing anything, or is she just watching?
Oh no. Okay, so first of all, so we're in a foyer type area at the mall.
Yeah, the food court kind of has like a big central area. When I picture this mall, I'm thinking of like Great Lakes Crossing, because that was like my mall when I was a teen. And it has like kind of two narrower entrance areas on either side.
Yes.
And in the middle of the mall is like the big food court.
The little carousel. Okay, yeah, I'm picturing it now. All right. Well, his first mistake was to tell me that it doesn't concern me because, well, wherever there's drama, it does concern me. How do I make my entrance here? Oh, that's an excellent question. I'm trying to picture out where everybody else. So Killerin's still back at the food court. And where's Cora? Is she still hanging out at the food court too?
Cora would have realized that obviously the brilliance behind putting any food on a stick is portability. So she would have snatched her hot dog on a stick and run after Mallory, holding her hot dog on a stick, which is really a corn dog.
I think if several of you are running up, the figure standing on top of the statue will shout, "Keep them away from me, Polisher! I'm paying you good money for this." And you'll hear this strange sound like this guy in like a jumpsuit with a bald head, totally hairless head like me, but no facial hair, comes screeching over on this old-timey floor polisher, and he says, "The confoundable polisher is here. I think I should smooth this out in a hurry." And he's polishing back and forth a stretch of floor in front of the statue, and like if you look down at it, you can see it's just incredibly shiny. It's like, and you see there's some people who are trying to run. There's like some civilians, and they like try to run past him to get away, and they just slip and start sliding. Like they can't get any traction on this floor at all. They're just spiraling around. And yeah, the figure standing up on the statue says, "Excellent work, Polisher. Just a little longer." And it looks like he's starts plunging the sword down into the head of the statue, and like cracks of energy kind of start coming down from the top of it.
So Killerin has finished his spring roll and is making his way over, and part of what my parents did was they had me do figure skating to help with my agility and maneuverability. So he just starts coasting across the polished floor.
Okay.
So cool.
Sawara, are you getting up here too, or are you hanging back by the food?
So I was wondering, well, I'm wondering about this mall.
Mhm.
Are there any? You know how the malls have like random trees in them sometimes for
Mhm.
decoration? Are there any like random trees in this mall growing, or like plant growth?
We'll tell you what, as Sawaro's measuring up this food court, let's do a assess the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're so you're just kind of like standing up and like looking back and forth and seeing all the stuff you could use here. That makes sense. So when you assess the situation, roll plus superior.
Oh no.
Hey, failing is how you grow. That is the most reliable way of marking potential.
Is there helping on this?
We'll see how the roll goes, and then if we can think of a fictional way to justify it, hey, no need. Okay, so when you assess the situation, roll plus superior at a 10 plus, ask 2. So you can see, I'll show the handout again just to make it easy. Under basic moves, you can ask 2 of those questions.
Where is it? This is the situation.
Top of the second column. Or last column.
Yes, the furthest
Okay,
right,
so like
upper right corner.
I guess my question was originally, what here can I use to like
to fight?
Yes, to fight the hostile people.
I think there's definitely some palm trees here, some plants and stuff. Cora, you look like you have something to add.
Since you have amazing plant manipulation, does that include vegetables? Like vegetables that could be waiting to go into stir fries at the local stir fry joint?
Or cooked vegetables? I mean, it doesn't say.
Any kind of vegetables here in the food court?
I just pictured the Danny Phantom with the cook when they want to get rid of meat.
Oh no.
It's up to you, Sawaro. It also might mean that you have, if you are in that much in tune with all kinds of plant matter, it might make it a little weird for you, like eating it or watching other people eat it. But then, maybe that's just the circle of life for you. It's up to you.
Also, it's really hard to read these because they're really small on my screen.
If you
even zoomed in.
I'll share the link to the actual PDF.
Yeah.
What here is
the greatest danger?
It says in the greatest danger. Yeah, I guess okay. Yeah, what here is in the greatest danger?
Well,
because I just saw a statue get plunged into, but like
so far it doesn't seem like they're directly targeting the civilians. It seems like this isn't like a terror mission. It seems like the person standing on that statue wants something to do with the statue. You could see the energy coursing down through it. So I guess you could kind of say that the mall itself is in danger of being put to some evil purpose.
Okay.
And don't forget you can take +1 while acting on the answers to these questions.
Great.
Yep. Awesome. So yeah, you size that up. Are you going to head into battle as well, or are you going to like hang back more and like try to have the trees do your work?
I will act from a range with the trees and vegetables.
All right. So
Cora, who was running up right behind Mallory because, oh my goodness, what's going on? And Mallory, where are you going? Mallory, don't get in trouble. Cora runs up and she sees this person yell, right? And then sees them take this flaming sword and plunge it into Maggie Millennium? Molly Millennium?
Maggie Millennium, yep.
Maggie
Bronze
Millennium.
Generation hero.
And sees the electricity, the purple crackling bolts traveling through the statue, correct? So Cora would have a really big problem with this. Cora perceives the mall as a place of joy and human unity, right? This is where people come to gather in celebration. And so she would say, how dare you defile the sanctity of this human temple, the mall? And she takes her hot dog on a stick. And she's going to hurl it at the person on top of the statue, but she's going to use her density control so that just as it hits him, it gets super heavy and whacks him.
Nice. I like that. Okay. So we will have that be the first thing that happens, but first, before that, we have to trigger the when you enter a battle against a dangerous foe as a team move.
Okay. Haha! Cora's extra mad.
Yep. And the first thing we need to determine, we get to add 2 to the team pool. You folks are going to be rich with team by the end of this, so don't forget to spend it. If the leader has influence over every teammate, add another team. It kind of seems like either Cora or Mallory are leading things here. Which do you think?
Well, sounds like Cora's taking more of charge. I might be distracted by the shiny reflection of myself in the floors right now.
Okay, fair. If everyone has the same purpose in the fight, add another team. Killerin, what's your purpose in the fight in opposing this strange circumstance?
I like my yummy Japan, so to protect them all because it's my comfort food.
All right, Saguaro.
I guess to protect the mall because I'm seeing the mall as being in danger right now.
Makes sense. Yeah, you were able to size up that like this is specifically subverting the mall in some way. Cora, I think you made it pretty clear that you're trying to protect this.
Protect the mall and all the humans who find joy here.
Mallory.
Under no circumstance can I let a villain take the spotlight away from me. So it's less to protect them all, and it's more like to take away the spotlight on them. I do not want to be reading about this in the newspaper tomorrow when it should be my playwright front page.
Got it. Okay. How were you making the spotlight be on you while you were like eating your food? Were you like?
I haven't thought that far yet. I will make it.
You would have been like, talking about how. Oh, I actually have a foodie blog. If you could want to visit it, I do reviews of all the food court food.
Actually, the Drake family household is offensively mundane. Her parents don't use egg yolks in their cooking because yolks are too spicy. Mayonnaise is their only flavoring agent, so she's probably like in the food court loading up on little condiment packages. So. Food blog, probably not so much.
All right,
little jealous about people who do have food blogs.
If any team member mistrusts the leader of the team, remove a team. Does anybody mistrust Cora?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
If your team is ill-prepared or off-balance, remove a team. I think maybe if this was in the middle of the meal and you were all like Logie from the greasy food court food, but you hadn't really started eating yet, so. Okay.
Oh, did we there was a question about influence. Does Cora have influence on everyone? Inadvertently somehow?
I think the only one that doesn't have influence by everyone is Saguaro.
Nice.
Yeah, well, Cora has influence over everyone because there's an arrow pointing toward everybody else from Cora. So,
And everybody has influence on Quora.
Yep. Okay. So
Hurling.
yes, you're hurling that hot dog. Yeah, hot dog on a stick, right at the figure. Are you trying to like beat him in the face and like break his cool mask, or are you just kind of?
I think at this point, Quora would want to knock him or the sword off of the statue. So that's primarily her goal right now. And Cora's not huge on hurting people, but she knows he shouldn't be up there. First of all, there's clearly a sign on the statue that says "Do not climb."
It does, yep.
Okay.
I mean, lots of people ignore that sign to take selfies and stuff, but not to like turn it into a weird shadow energy thing. All right, so when you directly engage a threat, roll plus danger.
All right, and she's gonna hit him with that super dense dog.
Yep.
I hope. All right, let's see if I can find my character. Oh no!
Not most dangerous? Is that?
Oh, Cora is not very dangerous.
You know.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. But she's unleashing her powers, right? By like making the hot dog like light enough that she could hurl it accurately, but then suddenly changing its density to smack him with it hard.
Unleashing your powers is more of like a catch-all.
Okay.
So as you're trying to directly attack him.
All right. I will roll danger and we'll see how it goes. All right.
You're probably more dangerous than me.
Do I get to add any bonuses or penalties?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Whoa!
That's a 9.
That's
If anybody can fictionally justify helping her out, we could boost it to a full hit, which would be a 10. And also, I want to point this out. It probably won't come into play here, but you can also spend the team selfishly. And that means you get to immediately shift up one of your labels and shift down one of your labels. So that could also help you turn things into a hit. But in order to do that, you have to say how you... where is that? You have to say how your actions ignore or insult your teammates. So, you know, it can be, you can still make use of team, even if you're like on your own or it doesn't make sense for other people to do it, but you somehow have to insult or ignore your teammates when you do it. But you're all gathered around, so if one of you can help, I could probably make that happen.
Can I get a full hit, anyone?
Could I have like started growing some of those palm trees to start trying to wrap around him?
Getting a palm tree all the way over might be a bit much, but maybe you could like whip it back so it throws like a coconut at him or something. So,
or just like have the palm trees like throw leaves at his face.
yeah, so you can't see the hot dog coming. As soon as he like spreads them out of the way, there's just this like super massive hot dog.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. I like it. So when you get a 10 plus,
massive.
so you trade blows. So he'll get hurt by this somehow. But on a 10 plus, pick 2. Resist or avoid their blows. Take something from them. Create an opportunity for your allies. Impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition. You get to pick 2 of those.
Whoa. Okay, that's a lot. Read it over to me again, please.
I will share the basic moves again.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So on 10 plus. Wait, that's taking a powerful blow. I did not take a powerful blow. Let me make sure I'm actually reading this correctly.
And Tony also shared the basic moves PDF if you're having trouble reading it there on the Discord.
Okay. Well, I think that Cora would want to do 2 things here.
Okay.
That would be probably very important to her. First, She is fully in support of Mallory and her absolute theatrical brilliance. And Mallory's right here with her. So she would definitely want to be creating an opportunity for Mallory, who is right up here and is actually the first one to have engaged this person. But two, she'd want to take something from this person. If she had an opportunity, you know, like I said, there was the hope that the hot dog on a stick would hit the sword too and send that clattering to the ground. If I'm not allowed to do that, though, if I can knock off his mask.
I think I'll tell you that the sword seems to be like some kind of projected energy. It might not be like a physical object that you could knock away.
Okay. So the sword won't be the target. But if I'm smacking him with this big, well, the hot dog on a stick is normal size, but surprisingly weighty. If I could just smack him with it, and as it hits him, it knocks his mask askew or knocks his mask off.
Yep. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, you throw that hot dog, and there's just a slow motion as it hits the mask, and it doesn't even like it doesn't just knock it off; it like shatters as his head whips back and his hair whips back, and there's just like this slow motion as he like turns, he looks back down, and he has like a very beautiful face, but now he's like kind of bleeding from the point where it cut him a little bit, you know, when the mask broke, and his braid just whips back around, and he looks like Alsace.
I was gonna say, is it Alsace? Cora would see him bleeding and actually legitimately feel bad, though. Like
this is like glamorous blood. This is like a very much like magical revelation moment, like when. If there are any Gundam fans listening, when you first see like Char Aznable's face. Right. Okay. Let me find the right sheet here. So you take that from him, and yes, you also set up an opportunity for Mallory. But first, he is going to, with one hand still on the sword, just shout, "No, I you can't stop me. I need to show her that we don't need that damn school." And he'll send another blast onto some like the rafters of the mall, and basically cause a collapse. And it looks like it's probably going to collapse on some people in the food court.
Oh no! Oh, that's extra bad, especially if it's one of those food courts that has like the beautiful like like windows
Skylight?
In the ceiling.
Yeah,
Skylight.
It's got some, like, shards
Thank
of
you.
Glass. It's got some big shards of glass careening down toward the people who are sheltering in the food court. But he is distracted, so that is an opportunity for Mallory.
Well, I'm going to rush over to. I understand the floors are very well polished, but I was part of the tech crew production of Kung Fu Hustle on Ice, so I know how to navigate slick surfaces. So I come up to not Alsace, and I kind of do a judo throw, and I say, "Break a leg," but I mean it.
In order to get past, if you're just running over the very well polished floor, courtesy of the confoundable polisher, I think that is going to be an unleash your powers, because I've established that this is extremely smooth floor.
This is extremely smooth, and I am not a freak, so this is going to be fun. Let's find out.
Okay, so that's a success. If you could spend 3 team, you could get it up all the way.
Cora will do it because we're rolling in team, and Cora really truly believes that Mallory should have already been on Broadway. Like, how is this not something that's already occurred? Of course, if Mallory was in some production that would give her the ability to like glide effortlessly like some beautiful purple vested swan, she should be able to do it. So I'll
Wait,
take
wait,
those.
wait, wait.
What?
Are we in our costume at the food court, or are we in our civilian clothes?
It's up to you.
Still taking this off, though, so you can do it.
Well, you can only spend one. Each
Oh.
person can only spend one.
Oh, sorry. Did you already move one out?
I moved one out from before.
Okay, then I'm
So-
moving one out. There we go.
Now that will only get it up to a 10 if 2 other people do it as well.
Oh, I'll do one.
You can't team yourself.
I can't team myself. Got it. There is no
If any other people can fictionally justify how you're helping.
Killer Run used to ice skate.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining the glorious triple axles that could happen here.
Yeah, I'm gonna set up for the assist. So Mallory is trying to get to him. So I'm gonna prepare, to launch them.
Awesome. All right, that's one more.
I'm just imagining a super grumpy looking delinquent performing these absolutely beautiful, flawless techniques. Like a very dissatisfied expression.
Completely over it. So Sawara, can you think of any way to help here? And that would get it up to a 10.
Just cheering Mallory on, count, and throwing like flowers just to boost their ego.
Yes, and I love it.
So, yeah, if you use your powers to like make the bushes flower and like start throwing flowers down in her path, because A, I'm sure that's very encouraging for her, and B, she can probably like use those as a little bit more traction.
Yeah.
So, yes, that works for me.
Palm trees make great pom-poms. Rah, rah!
Okay, so that gets you up to a 10, Mallory. And when you unleash your powers on a 10, you do it. So you manage to get yourself right up next to this unmasked villain, past the polished floor. So what do you do now? You still have this opportunity.
All right. I want to grab him and kind of go in for a judo throw.
All right.
Well, say break a leg.
Right.
I have to use a theater pun. It's legally required.
All right. Directly engage a threat
Okay.
as you try to judo throw this this person off this bridge or off this statue. So plus danger.
Alrighty. One moment, please. This is a very dramatic, so it's just going to have to be danger. Okay.
Nice.
All right, a full hit. So that means, just like before, you'll trade blows, which means you'll get to do some damage here, and you can also choose to resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity for your allies, or impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition.
We established that the sword is an energy. It's not something I can physically take from him, correct?
I mean, you might be able to interrupt it, but you probably couldn't like take it from him and have it.
In that case, I'm just going to be resisting his throws.
Okay, and you get one other thing.
And what was the third thing? Was that reject influence? I'm sorry.
Resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity for your allies, or impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition.
Oh, let's surprise him.
Okay, I think that makes sense because he kind of turned your attention away from you. Basically, that means that you have influence over him now.
Nice.
And let me do another thing here. Okay. So yeah, you probably I mean, you said you were trying to throw him off the statue. So I think, yeah, you managed to throw him to the floor. And it's quite shiny down there. So you're both kind of like slipping and sliding as you grapple with him. And he is just going to he's going to say, what kind of heroes can't even protect a food court? And he's just going to start trying to climb his way back up onto the mall. And as he says that, you hear the screams of people as the shards of glass start falling on them.
So Laura's going to cause the palm trees to grow really tall and cover the ceiling to catch all of the glass to keep it from hitting the people.
Okay. That sounds like a very cool idea. Instantaneous growth of these palm fronds. They're going to have to do a lot of landscaping after this.
Yeah. Yes.
Roll to unleash your powers.
I get +1 on this, right? Because I did assess.
You assessed that the mall was the most in danger, and what was the other thing?
That I could use the plants that were in the mall.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a 9. So by default...
I will spend a team because I totally forgot for a second that we were supposed to be saving people, me the player, and I am really, really happy that Sawaro is on it and is perhaps being the most heroic in saving the poor innocent people.
Okay. How are you helping?
As soon as Cora hears the screams, she whips around and she's like, Sawaro! Oh no, the people! And so when she sees Sawaro trying to take the effort to like shield them, she...
I have an idea.
Do you?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I might say like she might like do a little like pheromone burst that like influences the growth of the plants.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works. What I was going to suggest was you would just make the palm fronds super dense so that they'd catch more of the glass.
Well, that's what I was going to do once they were already up there, like to strengthen them.
Ah, okay. So yeah, you could help use your weird alien pheromones that work on they work on plants too. This is getting weirder and weirder.
That makes sense. Remember, I said she basically photosynthesizes. They basically link up the same way that like all plants here on Earth link up through like a fungal network.
So Sawaro, you're like really pushing yourself on this, and you're not sure, because it's not like you're actually in a jungle or something. There's just some landscaped palm trees around. But it manages actually to grow a little bit faster than you expected, and it creates a protective canopy over the people as the glass bounces off the fronds of the palm trees.
Cool.
And then Cora feels so guilty that she got so caught up in the moment that she forgot like the shattering stuff behind her. These poor innocent people. This is why we're fighting in the first place.
And I think in this confusion, Killerin, maybe while you're distracted by all this plant life growing up everywhere, the confoundable polisher has taken he's riding on his old-timey floor polisher, and he's starting to like twirl in your direction, and he's probably gonna like give you like a really cool like haymaker or something using the strength of his polisher. What do you do?
Now, does this polisher move at the same speed as Zamboni? So
no, he's souped it up. It's pretty quick.
Wait, does he hit like the NOS button on his polisher?
Yeah, so he's like, the floor polishers, they're like buff. They have like a circular motion at the bottom. So he's like spinning around with it, and like anybody else would probably be puking their guts out. But this is apparently just something he does.
God. I just want to say that I had veterans describe that as a buffer rodeo, where they would ride the floor buffers until they got so dizzy they had to fall off.
That's great. That's what he's doing. He's the king of buffer rodeos.
I want to assess the situation.
Okay, how are you doing that?
I'll see this, and I'm going to try and figure out which repressed figure skating moves I can use to overcome this.
Okay. So yeah, you're taking the moment to kind of collect yourself and plan out a strategy while this weirdo on a floor buffer is twirling toward you. So go ahead and give me an assess the situation, which is plus superior, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a 9. Anybody wants to spend another, you could turn it into a full success, or a 9 will just get you the one question.
I'll spend a team.
Okay, how are you helping?
Okay, so oh shit, I can't. I'm too far away from them right now.
You are kind of on the other side of the statue.
I am
from
kind
them.
of on the other side of the statue.
Cora?
I was going to say, although keep in mind, he did just recently do a lift for you, so he couldn't be that far away. He was part of your recent move.
My imagination's broken. I can't think of anything.
That's okay. We can keep rolling. Anybody else?
Wait, so what is he trying to do again? That way,
He's assessing the situation. He's trying to size up like how he could kind of counter the Polishers, the confoundable Polishers moves. If we can't think of anything, it's fine.
Wait. Cora yells, "Jam him up somehow! Stop his spin." She would have thought of a better word than spin, but I did not. Stop his centrifugal force. Send him through the wall.
His confoundable rotations.
Yeah, whether
Some
I
of you
get
may
it
have
or
heard.
not.
Yeah, I think you could spend the one to boost that up to a 10 then.
Okay. So my first question is, what is the best way in or way past this obstacle? Because I get my criminal mind.
Okay. So we're specifically talking about the Polisher bearing down on you is what's the best way past him?
Yeah.
So you're kind of in the middle of the polished area because you had to be there to help set him up, or to help set Mallory up. So I think the best way past is if you could like leap onto the statue. Obviously that area is not solid, or that area hasn't been polished yet.
Okay.
That's probably either there or back onto a part of the floor that he hasn't polished yet would give you more purchase in this fight.
Okay. And how could I best infuriate or provoke him?
Okay. Well, he seems to be very into smoothness and cleanness. You could spill some food on his nice clean floor. You could scuff it up.
Or anything. So dirt.
What did you say, Cora?
Scuff his head.
Scuff his head up, yeah.
His beautiful, shiny, bald, Mr. Clean-esque head.
Mm-hmm. Some of you may have heard this guy before. He's a Bronze Generation villain, which means he's been around for a long time. And he's kind of a joke. But you know, like he always comes back. He always comes back for more. So you can't beat his stick-to-itiveness.
I was just thinking, since you're a delinquent who also is well trained in the art of ice skating, perhaps it wouldn't be such a strong leap to say that Killeran also happens to know parkour.
I mean, you know, those delinquents. So
isn't that part of what you need to be a delinquent?
Let's see. Is there an ability that would enhance that? Because if that's a kind of ability you could have, then you shouldn't just get it for free.
teleportation, illusions, gadgetry and hacking, psychic weapons, emotional control, and power negation.
I mean, you could be a pretty agile, young kid, but I don't know if you really know parkour necessarily.
Parkour.
Because that kind of seems like a beacon kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah.
So yes, he's still bearing down on you, but you still feel like you have a better grasp of the situation now. So what are you doing?
So I would like to try and how close is the nearest condiment station?
It's probably like, I mean, you could get to it, but you'd have to get out of this polished area to do it.
Okay.
So, like 15 feet maybe.
Did Mallory say that they took some condiments? Did I mishear that? Or other things? Did somebody?
You were just eating. I mean, one of you has some ketchup packets in their pocket, it's like, yeah, that's totally
I think
doable.
Mallory
Mallory,
said she was taking some
you were
because her
muted.
parents.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely took some
Okay.
condiment package. Not mayonnaise for the record, but
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
mayonnaise in your handbag, that would be ridiculous.
I'm going to yell over to Mallory to throw me some condiments.
Absolutely. And I throw some like you would throw a bouquet to the stage.
Okay, so we get a panel of Mallory kind of turning back from her scuffle with Not Alsace. And then you just see the arc of like, there's some like relish and some ketchup and maybe some
Soy sauce.
some soy sauce. And then what's that hot sauce that everybody likes?
Frank's.
Sriracha, yeah. And just like this beautiful arc over the statue. And you can put your hand out and grab it, and you can feel the wind from the polisher now. He is so close. And it's very unusual that he could do this for this long without getting sick. So, maybe that's his power. I don't know. So what are you doing?
So as I catch them, I'm just gonna fist, slam my fist into them, pointed at him, hopefully, and just make a mess.
Okay. Yeah, you could totally make a mess, and he'll just start shouting with frustration, and he'll divert from you temporarily to, like, oh, you were getting it on him?
Yeah, like him, the area, wherever it ended up. Because when you kind of do a fist slam on condiment packages, you don't really have good aim.
Okay. Well, Delinquent, I think you successfully managed to infuriate this guy. And he is coming around at a kick right at your head, streaming ketchup everywhere. He is really, really upset with you. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, okay. You could tell that you got to him, and he is now yeah. It seemed like he was kind of, this was like considered before, like he was coming up on you carefully, but now he's like kind of hanging off the end, and he's like getting ready to clothesline you from by hanging onto one end of his floor buffer.
Okay.
Oof.
Does Cora see this?
Yep.
Well, and I'm wondering if, since I provoked someone, if that would be the provoked someone action or move, but...
What would you have been provoking him to do?
Falter.
I mean, you said you were doing it to make him angry.
Yeah.
But I think if, he's whipping around to try and do this connect with Killeran's head. Cora, you wanted to try to defend him some way?
Oh, absolutely. Because remember, Quora has like a deeply hidden secret crush on the delinquent.
That's right.
So Quora would see that this is happening, and now that Sawuro has been so amazing and has saved the people by sheltering them under beautiful, luscious palm fronds, and Mallory seems to be engaged with the now demasked but beautiful Fabio / Alsace-esque villain. Quora thankfully can fly because apparently aliens can do that.
Yep.
And
gravity,
she doesn't, I would hope, have to worry about running on the hyper polished floor. She is going to try to get over there as fast as she can, like kind of launch herself over there, like, and fly and grab his foot as he starts to kick, change his density, and kind of use his force along with very low density to toss him off into the fountain. Because there's always a fountain.
there's always a fountain. Yep.
And says, "You seem heated and a bit messy. You should go cool down and clean up."
All right. So your principal purpose here is to defend Killerin. So we will call this a defend roll.
Okay.
Or a defend move. And I really appreciate all the color you guys are giving to the your actions here. This is great. This is a lot of fun. When you defend someone or something from an immediate threat, roll plus savior.
Okay. Let's go ahead and see how it goes. Any bonuses or penalties?
Nope. Okay. So on a 10, for NPC threats on a hit and you keep them safe and choose one. Yep. So you're successfully defending Killer in here, and you can choose to either add a team to the pool, take influence over someone you protect, or clear a condition.
I don't have any conditions right now, and I'm pretty sure I already have influence over Killerin, so I'm going to add a team to a pool.
All right, go ahead and drag a team over.
There we go. And after I give him, I don't look angry. I look disappointed and somewhat stern toward the polisher. Clean up and cool off. And then I flash a brilliant smile at Killerin. I'm so happy I was able to save them.
He just gives a shy smile and kind of...
Yes, it's excellent. So then she continues to kind of hover there because the floor's slippery and Quora doesn't have any ice skating experience at all.
So I think the polisher is definitely at least temporarily taken out of the situation since you kind of tossed him toward that fountain. But then we could go back to Mallory grappling with not Alsace here, and he's still trying to scale that statue, and he's got like his projected sword back in his hand, and he's trying to basically jam it in again and complete whatever he was trying to do. So what do you do?
Okay, so not Alsace is trying to escape. Is he still surprised?
I think we could say he's surprised in that he's not focusing on you maybe as much as he should be.
My goal is to pierce a mask, but in order for me to do that, I'm going to have to prevent him from scaling up the statue. So I have to grab him and do 1 second throw down to keep him standing still before I interrogate him.
Oh, well, you have influence over him. So by piercing his mask, you basically just like talk to him, if you ask him something, then you roll well enough, then you'll get to ask the question. You don't necessarily have to have him like.
Can I just grab a piece of his clothing?
Yeah, you could try to like hold him back for a second and be like, "No, wait, I need to talk to you," something like that.
Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, I said he had a cape, so yeah, you can like kind of grab at his cape and to at least to give you enough time to like make him turn around and like lock eyes with you. And what are you saying to him?
Okay, I grab the cape and I look down and I'm asking him, what are you really planning to do here?
Okay. We haven't done this move before. Let me look it up real quick.
Okay.
Pierce the mask. That's a fun name for it.
He doesn't even have a mask anymore.
It's a metaphorical mask.
It has literally been pierced
That's true.
by
I
a
should have.
corn dog.
A very massive corn dog. Not massive in size, but in weight.
In like mass.
Yeah, in true mass.
Okay,
Surprisingly massive.
I think you can do this, but I think you got to give me a little bit more than just outright just asking him the question. Because remember, you have influence over him. So, like, how are you convincing him to answer you?
He was saying something to the effect of how could we consider ourselves heroes if we're letting them all be destroyed? But sounds like we kind of got shit handled. So we're pretty much superheroes already.
Okay.
And with that, colleague to colleague, we deserve a little bit more respect.
All right, fair enough. So go ahead and roll to pierce this person's mask. So that's plus mundane, and then you also get a +1 because you have influence over them. Okay, full hit. So that means you get to ask 3.
All right, let me pull up the Pierce Mask questions. Literally, what are you really planning? What do you? Oh, sorry. Go.
I mean, you can ask them all at once, or you can just ask one at a time, whichever you prefer.
Okay, we'll do one at a time then.
All right. What am I really planning? I'm planning to use this statue's power to summon forth alternate dimensional versions of these heroes to aid me and prove that I can handle myself as part of my family. To prove that I'm worthy of my name.
And it takes that to gain influence over somebody? And what do you intend to do with these heroes once you summon them? You are assuming that they'd be under your control.
Yes, I'll lead them into battle, and I'll prove to my he'll just say, I'll prove to my sister that I can be a part of this family, and that we have we can take hold over Halcyon City without any need for subterfuge. We can just use these turn these alternate versions of the heroes against the city. You'll see.
Oh, we'll see. And I kind of look over at the polisher over in the fountain.
Mm-hmm.
I see that I don't think you have a handle of your cast as well as you think you do. What could I do to get you to leave this place alone?
Join me.
I think he'll think about it, and he'll say, well, this clearly isn't going quite as well as I'd hoped. I suppose if you let me go, and you later, if I need your help, or if there's some way that I could that we could perhaps assist each other, then if you let me go and you promise not to try and apprehend me, then I'll leave.
I might be receptive to a call back later. Consider this your curtain call. Let's do this.
All right. So he kind of looks at you for a second. And he's like, "Can I have my cape back?"
I was going to keep it as part of my wardrobe, but fine.
He yanks his cape back, and he jumps down, and he kind of just is slipping and sliding on the floor, but it does seem like he's trying to make his exit. Are the rest of you going to let him escape?
Did Mallory just get a date? I think Quora would primarily be occupied by, the people and not letting them get sliced with the glass, although that's been, thankfully waylaid by Sawaro. Is that how we decided it's said? Is it really?
Sawaro.
Sawaro. Yeah,
and
Sawaro.
And also, keeping an eye on the polisher in the fountain. So she probably would not be so super preoccupied by the big bad who is somehow slipping out the back door.
Okay. Yeah, so he'll I think he's just like bolting for the exit, and he's like slipping and sliding some, but he's like he's like doing the villain thing where you like hold your cape over your face because he had his mask on. Like in Plan 9 from Outer Space when Bela Lugosi was already dead, but they needed to shoot more scenes. And yeah, he's just making his exit, and the polisher is probably standing up from the fountain, and he hollers back like, Hellsace, what? And he just kind of he's dripping, his jumpsuit is dripping. He's like, you kids have no sense of loyalty. Whatever. And he just steps out of the fountain. He's like, this is so not smooth at all. And he just kind of sits on the edge of it, and he's like, go ahead. Call Aegis.
You're making a mess.
Oh, man.
Cora would feel a little bad and would bring over some like paper towels or some napkins from the food court.
Killerin, when you said you're making a mess, were you trying to provoke him to do something, or were you just making fun of him?
I was just making fun of him.
All right. I think he'll just kind of look up and give you a cold look. But then he'll just shake his head and like say, well, if you're going to arrest me, then do it. Otherwise, I'll take my polisher and leave.
I think as Cora is sitting there helping him kind of napkin off, and is emitting her lovely, like, soothing friendship pheromones that she has, she'd be like, you polish so well. You do such a good job keeping things all clean and shiny. I don't understand why you would go down such a dark and grimy path.
There's nothing grimy about it, young lady. It's the ultimate calling. See, I'm the only one who understands how best to make the world smooth. It sounds like you're trying to comfort or support him.
I'm trying to comfort him and support him, but also help him see that villainy doesn't have to be the way for him.
All right, so go ahead and roll plus mundane.
But I get to use plus freak because of one of my abilities.
Sweet.
All right.
So how does that manifest here? You like manifest here? Are you kind of telling him about like your?
Well, the power for her is you're one of the you're the best of them. I think it's called. Let me make sure I bring it up. Where are you? There you go. So the best of them, when you comfort or support someone, you're telling them how they exemplify the best parts of Earth. So yeah, she'd be telling him, you have such a gift here. Like you have one of the best human abilities I've ever seen for making things clean. Your dedication and passion for cleanliness and smoothness is really, unsurpassed. That could be directed toward good.
All right, go ahead and roll plus freak.
Okay. Let's bring that up and submit.
Okay, that's a 9. So on a hit, they hear you. Yep. So I think he was clearly very. He was very angry before, but like hearing your words, he kind of like it helps recontextualize it, and he's like, I am a damn good polisher. Look at that floor. You can really tell while I was working. The the janitorial staff here is really falling down on the job.
Yeah, you could be a leader. You know, you could help train people to take pride in their job of cleaning and polishing. Think about how you could make this city glisten with your skill.
I could, you know. And would you help me? Would you join me in my task to make this city smoother? I see that you, despite your unusual appearance, are extremely smooth at heart.
Oh God, he's not asking us to clean up this place.
Cora would kind of make a little bit of a funny face, like, what do you mean my unusual appearance? But she'd say, well, you know, I lack your capacity for cleaning and smoothing, but I would be happy to help keep you on a path of cleaning for good, for the good of humanity. And I bet you, you know, wouldn't you rather be loved for your cleaning skill and respected and valued for your cleaning skill than feared? If people fear you, they don't take time to appreciate these shiny floors or your beautiful shiny head.
Sometimes fear is the most expeditious path. It's the only thing we can do. It's the only thing that they listen to sometimes. You understand that, don't you? And I think what he's trying to do here is he's trying to shift your superior up and your mundane down. And he's an adult, so he has influence over you. But you can reject it if you want.
I think that she would... I think she would try to reject it because she really doesn't think that fear is the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
yeah.
So go ahead and... What is Cora doing to clearly reject his influence in this situation?
Well, as I said, Cora is trying to like positively influence him and soothe him and win him over with her beautiful natural pheromones, mm-hmm. her very charming pheromones.
Okay, so roll 2d6.
Okay. What the heck?
Ooh, you got a 3. Okay. So on a miss, their words hit you hard. Mark a condition, and I will adjust your labels. So yeah, he is getting through to you in that you feel, even if fear isn't the way to do it, you're kind of getting this idea that, like, you know, the strong kind of have to lead the weak here. So your mundane will go up and your superior will go up and your mundane will go down.
Okay. And then I have to take a condition?
Yep. You get to decide which condition you think this is imposing on
you. Let's see. Well, I don't think she'd feel afraid. I don't think she'd feel angry. I don't think she'd feel guilty necessarily.
Okay.
I don't know if she would feel... She might feel... Would she feel hopeless or insecure?
I think you could make an argument for either. Hopeless would be more like you aren't able to get through to this person. Insecure would be more like they're kind of... Their explanation of their worldview got through to you a little bit more than you'd like.
Okay. I might take... Let's see. I might take hopeless. I think that she might worry that, like, you know, she's really trying to convince this guy that he doesn't need to be a villain, mm-hmm. that, you know, he really can change, and he won't. Like, he's not hearing me, like, and that she doesn't have the words that she needs to tell him that, like, fear and hatred and domination aren't the right path.
Okay. Well, he says, well, I'll remember your words, youngster. You remember mine. And he'll stand up and kind of wring out his cuffs over the fountain. And he'll take his floor polisher and try to leave if you'll let him.
Yeah. Cora takes a step back, you know, with a handful of, like, wet napkins. And she she looks troubled, which is not a common expression for her.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So does anybody see Cora having this kind of uncomfortable look on her face?
Yes, probably.
Okay. Well, you could all try to kind of hash out what you did and talk about your actions in the fight and what you noticed and things like that, or you could just go shopping.
I kind of,
because you are at the mall.
I don't know about this. Maybe a chance thing if my parental units are overprotective or not.
Mm-hmm. It's up to you.
Maybe they, and I'd be fine with the chance roll for this. Maybe they heard about what was going on at the mall, and either they just left it knowing that we were at the mall, knowing we'd be fine, or they're overprotective and they come in as the polisher is leaving, and maybe they've encountered him before.
But they're in superhero protection, aren't they?
Yeah, so I don't know if superhero protection, if they're, I don't know how that works in this universe.
The way I was kind of picturing it was that like they used to be heroes who like did not have a secret identity, and that they do now, and maybe they still do superheroics, or maybe they've kind of left that life behind because there was some great foe that maybe they had you, and you were still a baby or a little kid, and like it would put your life in danger, and they just realized like we can't do this anymore, so they got some like kind of secret service witness protection kind of thing going on. Yep. But that doesn't have to be what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really flushed it out, so it was just kind of maybe they're being overprotective and throw on the masks and come to make sure it's taken care of.
Well, they couldn't put on their old masks because that wouldn't be superhero. Because then people would be like, "Oh, I guess they could if they have new real life identities." I don't want to get too.
No, it was just a flavor like, oh, they're already defeated. I guess we'll take him in on the way out.
Oh, okay.
Type deal. Just kind of a chance. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. And if they did, it's like, well, I guess we didn't need to worry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I think your mom is much more serious about leaving that behind because she feels like very protective of you. And maybe like your dad was there like looking for he was probably at like Bass Pro Shops or something. And when he sees the polisher walking by, he'll like he doesn't want to blow his cover, but he'll like kind of follow him out to make sure that he doesn't cause any more trouble.
Okay.
All right. So I have made a special move for teenagers wasting time at the mall. When you waste all day at the mall, roll plus mundane. On a 10 plus, choose 3. On a 7 to 9, choose 1. I will put that in the thing there. So if the rest of you are planning on hanging out at the mall more, you can make that move. Or if any of you just want to head home, you don't have to make the move. But even as you're like kind of starting to leave the food court, it's kind of incredible. You see the maintenance staff has like plate glass on hand, and they're like lifting up in the cherry picker, and they're getting ready to replace it. They're putting everything back in order, and then there's some landscapers coming out to trim back the palm trees. Clearly, they're used to superpowered stuff going down in this mall. And the little bit first aid for any of the folks who might have gotten a little bit of glass on them, but nobody was hurt, thankfully, thanks to Sawaro's fast thinking.
Makes you wonder the true purpose of those statues.
Yeah, somebody else is probably like coming out to try and like plaster over the hole in the top of the head where he jammed the sword.
Well, I think Cora would definitely go indulge in some shopping. I mean, she might not have before after all of this,
Mhm.
but especially with the hopeless condition, the
Uh-huh.
way to clear it is to fling yourself into some easy relief. And what's easier than a little retail therapy?
That's a good point.
Yep.
All right, so go ahead and make your roll.
So yeah, even if she fails, she spends money on worthless crap. That's still retail therapy. So, all right. So what am I rolling? Mundane.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, all right. You get to choose 3 of those options.
Oh gosh. Okay. Let's see. You don't spend all your disposable income for the next month. You don't give influence to one of the popular kids or cute cashier hot topic. You get a cool one-use gadget.
I didn't finish writing that. It lets you use mundane instead of another label for a move once.
Oh, my mundane's not that great.
But if you lose, if you like fail, then you get potential. So sometimes you want to use the labels you're weaker with.
Okay. Well, I think that she would definitely clear a condition.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
She'd catch probably, she probably wouldn't catch a whole movie, but she might go into like a music store and like hear a song that she really loves, and she's like, I feel so much better now. Humanity isn't hopeless. Like, truly, they can move forward toward a brighter future. And then she would probably give, let's see, she'd probably get a cool, no, she doesn't want a cool. She won't spend all of her disposable income for the next month, because she has her allowance.
Yep, WordBot would give you a pre-programmed questioning look if you came back for more money this soon.
And she's not going to give influence to the cute cashier at Hot Topic because, she already has somebody that she likes. She's actually probably got a few people that she likes, but she doesn't really know the person at Hot Topic. So,
all
right, that's what she does.
Does anybody else want to waste some time at the mall?
Sure.
I will waste time at the mall.
All right.
Do come with me, Sawaro. You're my bestie.
I mean, Sawaro lives with you, so
you're kind of my ride back.
That just makes it that much better.
Oh no.
Okay. So on a miss for this, I think what happens here is, this is something that you probably did a lot before you were transformed. And as you're walking around the mall and visiting your old spots, you just keep seeing people like staring at you at the corner of your eye, and they're like, "Oh, is that a cactus? Is that a cactus person? What is that even?" You'll need to roll to take a powerful blow because it's just like kind of having this very nice place that you had before twisted in that way is like very upsetting for you, unfortunately.
But this is not a physical blow. This is just a powerful blow.
Yes, this is a emotional blow.
Yeah.
That's so
Okay.
sad.
Where is that?
Bottom right. Conditions.
Oh, that's the top.
Bottom right on the basic move sheet. Top right is your...
Yeah.
Well, I was looking at where to roll.
Oh, and don't forget, you do get to... Okay, so that's good. You get to mark potential for both of those.
Okay.
So you hear them talking behind your back, and you just, you shake it off. You don't have the best time at the mall, but you're able to keep it together and, still hang out with your good friend Quora.
Yay.
All right. And maybe you'll keep coming back just to show them. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Quora also definitely takes Saguaro to Claire's and puts all kinds of amazing looking accessories on her cactus, like flowers and spikes. Makes her beautiful.
Little butterfly clips to her spine.
I like it. All right, Gillerin.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll get to pick one.
Um, I will not spend all my disposable income.
All right, so who are you giving influence to?
Probably the cute cashier.
All right, I'm going to start a new NPC, the cute cashier at Hot Topic. And they totally realize, and they're like, yeah, it's fine. Everybody gets a crush on the cute cashier at Hot Topic. All right, Mallory, are you hanging out at the mall?
Absolutely. I hear there's a cute cashier at Hot Topic.
Okay, so you get to pick 3 of those options.
All right. I don't spend my disposable income.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hang out at the bookstore to read some manga.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give my influence to the popular kids.
Okay. All right. Did you have a condition before? I don't think you did.
No, I did not.
Okay. So yeah, you just have yourself a nice day at the mall. You know, you hang out with the group some, you split off some, and everybody manages to leave the mall not in terribly worse shape than they were before. And at least as good of shape as they were before. Awesome. Okay. So that's, I think we will have a fade to black there, unless you wanted to have any more chats among the group before we go to the next scene. All right, so we will pick back up probably like, I'd say a week from now, which does unfortunately mean that I clear out the team. But it's okay. And we will take a quick break here, about like a 15-minute break, come back at 2:45.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay, sounds good. See you then.
out of context. People are probably like, what are you
we're-
talking about?
We're live now, and people are wondering what you were talking about.
Okay. I'll give no context.
It's always better that way. Okay, so yeah, I think we're looking at about probably a week time skip, but in that time, we could kind of catch up on each of the members of the supergroup individually. Sawaro, you mentioned that you and Jake kind of like tested your powers and like hung out and did that kind of thing. Do you think that's something you still do? Oh, you're muted.
Now that I know that Jake has powers, I would assume that we would do that now with Jake's powers.
Okay. Jake seems hesitant to use them much. You could try to kind of push him to do that.
I think I probably would, like as a friend, I would like be really supportive, and like you helped me with all of my powers. I want to help you with your powers, and I,
Okay. So
that
yeah,
kind of thing.
So yeah, you probably like came out to, I don't know, where's your usual spot for this kind of thing? You'd like probably want like a depopulated area, right?
Yeah.
So where is that?
Some random cliffside.
It's dramatic as hell.
we would probably go out and like go bouldering and climbing and crap.
Oh, sweet.
And then
okay.
To get there.
Okay. So yeah, Jake seems very hesitant to show off these powers more, but it does sound like you're kind of getting through. So how about we see how that rolls out with a provoke move? And provoke kind of makes it sound bad, but like in this case, you're trying to lead them to a certain course of action.
Okay, so that is a plus superior.
Yep. And there are two important things when you provoke someone. You say like what you're doing, and then you're saying like what you actually want them to do. Because sometimes you could be like, oh yeah, if you think you're so tough, why don't you just punch me? And what you're actually trying to provoke them to do is, walk away. In this case, it seems like what you're saying and what you want are pretty much aligned.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm saying is use your powers. What I want them to do is use their powers.
All right, cool. Then I think I'm sure you have influence over Jake, so you can add +1. Okay. So they get for NPCs on a 10+, they rise to the bait and do what you want. On a 7-9, they can instead choose one. They stumble, you take +1 forward against them. They err, you gain a critical opportunity. They overreact, you gain influence over them. So I think what happens here is it says they can choose one. So I think, yeah, I think what the critical opportunity here is that they're like, okay, all right, I'll do it. I'll try some more. And as they're kind of firing their mind beams, there's something kind of familiar to you about like what this power looks like and what it feels like. Tell me more about the incident that made Sawaro transform.
Sawaro was spinning signs outside of Trejo's Tacos in a cactus costume. And
I think at one point you mentioned either you kind of like got melted into your suit and they melded together, or like you pricked yourself on a irradiated cactus. I think that was also another one.
Yes.
So
we're not sure which one happened, because both things happened. It was both a really, really hot day. So it felt like Sawara was melting into the costume, but it also happened that day that they had fell into a cactus while wearing that costume.
It depends on which comic book arc you're reading for the origin story.
Worst day ever. I got too hot and fell into a cactus. Okay, so I think yeah, you mentioned it was a very hot day, and I think as Jake is kind of like, hesitantly at first, but then, like more powerfully sending these blasts out over the cliff and, maybe like shooting boulders and stuff, you kind of feel like it's a familiar heat that you felt that day. And that kind of, the cactus felt kind of weird. Like at first you didn't think anything about it, but it hurt way too much for a normal cactus when you touched it. And it kind of had that like white hot heat, and it's familiar here. It's not like you're thinking like, oh, this is definitely the same thing, but there's something sparks in your head that like, this sensation seems familiar to me. So that's what the critical opportunity for you is. But yeah, he'll just keep trying it, and he seems to be like, well, how do you react when you have that revelation?
Probably like confused and wanting clarity.
Okay, so what do you say?
I'll ask when he realized he had these powers.
He'll kind of stop doing the mind blasts, and he'll say, a while ago, I guess. I don't know. How long has it been since Sawara's been transformed? This is me asking you as a player.
Slightly less than a year.
Okay. Yeah, and he'll say maybe about a year. But I didn't want to. I'm kind of afraid of him, I guess you could say.
Gotcha.
Okay. Are you going to press any further than that, or are you going to leave it there?
Sawara's going to be like, and you didn't tell me? Jake, we've been friends for so long, and you just didn't tell me?
I'm sorry. It's Jenna, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jenna. I just, like I said, they came out, and it was unexpected, and I'm just really afraid that when I first realized I had them, I hurt somebody, and I just don't want it to happen again.
But like, I'm a literal cactus. Like,
Jake kind of turns to you and just like, yeah, you're a rad cactus. You got those beautiful cactus flowers. You can control plants. You saved all those people at the mall you told me about.
Yeah, and you helped me like figure this out. I could like help you figure you out. We could have been helping each other this whole time, and you just didn't tell me.
I'm sorry, Jenna. I didn't want to keep.
I feel like you just like didn't trust me.
Ooh, it's not that. I couldn't. I don't want to talk about this anymore. And he's going to start walking back towards where you came.
Okay.
Are you gonna let him go?
Yeah, Jenna's just gonna let him go and be like all upset.
Oh, okay. Ooh, all right. So yes, we got some things moving there. Let's see, who do we go to next? Oh, I think Quora. So throughout the week, it's been quiet, and you've probably had a few more missed calls. But like this time, what does your communication device with home look like?
Well, I probably have a number of ways of accessing it. In my special home.
Mhm.
But I'd like to imagine that at least one way of it happening is like maybe Wardbot or Junebot just kind of like opening their mouth and like a hologram my parents, my extended family, like kind of projecting in full size into the room in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, you see Junetron's eyes light up, and it's been a while. Are you going to take this call?
I better, or else I'm going to get in trouble.
All right. So Junetron's jaw drops, and the little projector emerges from it, and just like Leia coming out of R2D2.
Yep.
The hologram. And yes, you see, it's probably like, I don't know, how many people do you think are in like the council of dedicated most specifically to Quora's growth and development?
Oh, I haven't thought about that. What's a good number? Like 12?
Yeah, like 12, half dozen. I mean, this planet like exemplifies the "it takes a village" mantra, right?
Yes.
But I think there probably are like specific people who are like, they have councils dedicated to promoting the growth of each individual as well.
Yeah. I would assume that then like a village council-esque type thing might be 12 people. That seems right?
Okay.
So 12 people is a good quorum for Quora.
Yep.
I like that.
So 12 small figures appear on the floor before you, and they look up they look up at you and they say, "Child, it has been 32 cycles since our last communication."
Has it? Oh my goodness. I didn't realize that it's been quite that length of time. I've been so engrossed in my studies here on Earth.
Your studies on Earth are irrelevant, child. You are meant to be discovering more of their ways and sending that information back to us. You are not holding up both ends of the bargain.
Well, I mean, being engrossed in my studies includes gathering information on, Earth and the peoples who inhabit it. And I've certainly been doing that. I mean, recently I traveled to a place that they call the Mall, which seems to be a temple to consumer excess, but also a place of human joy, where they serve all manner of foods derived from cultures across the planet, including a culture that seems to serve all food on a stick, which greatly increases portability.
The one in front just kind of has a blank face when you say that, but one of the ones behind them kind of like seems to write some things down on like a little data pad on their wrist, like food on sticks.
Although I've learned that you're not intended to consume the stick.
And then it backs up somewhat, like backspace, face. Food on stick not suitable for consumption. And then the lead one pipes up again and says, "Child, we fear you may be trying to integrate yourself too deeply into human society. We hope you remember that you are not like them, and you never will be. You are one of us, and you will return to us."
Quora gets kind of a troubled, maybe ever so slightly pouty look on her face and says, "I simply wish to excel in my endeavors here. If I'm going to do that, then I have to integrate myself as fully as possible. And is it so wrong that I enjoy myself? Don't we hope to inspire joy and harmony in all that we do?"
Yes, but if we lose sight of our own ways, then only trouble can come of it. And they're trying to shift your freak up and your mundane down. Do you want to let that happen, or do you want to reject their influence?
I think that she would probably she might be a little resistant to that, because I think that, she would say in response to that, in an attempt to reject it, our ways are of incredible importance to me. You know that I hold them dear to my heart, but any way that becomes stagnant can be harmful. Isn't the point of traveling to other planets and learning about their ways partially so that we can inspire and further our own growth? How can I do that if I reject all attempt to influence me?
All right. As you say, I can't reject all their influence. Roll to reject influence.
I'm going to roll to reject influence.
It's just a straight 2d6.
All right, we'll see how this goes. All right, a 9.
9, okay. When on a hit, you successfully hold to yourself and tune them out, so they will not be shifting your labels. On a 7 to 9, choose one. Clear a condition or mark potential by immediately acting to prove them wrong. Shift one label up and one label down, your choice. Or cancel their influence and take +1 forward against them.
I take a quick look at my labels.
Mm-hmm.
I think that she wouldn't want to necessarily cancel their influence. I think she does value and respect them and sees them as kind of like not just the council, but as her family.
Mm-hmm.
And we already cleared my hopeless, so that's taken care of. What were the other two? I could either change my labels or what?
Shift one label up and one label down, your choice, or clear a condition or mark potential, which is your XP, by immediately acting to prove them wrong.
I think she would mark potential to immediately prove them wrong by saying, the people of Earth have such things to show us. In fact, one thing I learned recently is that you can harness emotions that we might necessarily consider unhelpful to motivate you to engage in beneficial behaviors that would assist the whole.
And I think to really put forward that you're acting to prove them wrong here, do you maybe like demonstrate that you're getting a little bit angry about this line of questioning and like sticking to yourself?
Yeah, she'd get a little pink in her little cheeks and say, that in fact feelings that we might choose to address and to diminish, such as anger, can be sublimated and transformed through a sort of emotional alchemy into passion and dedication.
I think like detecting your tone of voice, which is like they kind of have to put some effort into it because they're used to just telepathically connecting with each other. They all kind of fall quiet for a bit and they're like, child, you are engaging in very potentially dangerous activities, but we want you to know that we care about you. We don't want you to tune us out. We will continue to permit your studies. However, please remember your heritage and the people to whom you must return.
Of course. I love and miss you all, and I promise that I'll come back to you with information and skills that will only better us.
Very well. Be well, Cora.
Be well.
Is there what is the alien like? Do they say something cool when they say goodbye?
Probably. I haven't even thought about it, but I'd have to come up with it.
We'll think about that later. All right, and the transmission ends.
Yeah. Cora has a lot to think about.
And another potential.
Yes, that's true.
And yes, they're probably holding a council now about did you, and all thinking mind beams at each other, did you see the color of her cheeks? That is that is most distressing. Perhaps we must mount an expedition.
I'm way off baseline.
Yep, you're way off baseline. Dreadfully distinct. Oh man, that's like very appropriate actually. Cells.
Exactly.
Okay. So next, I think we'll zoom in on Killerin. You're probably like in your room. What does Killerin's room look like?
Care Bears.
Care Bears. My Little
Yeah.
Pony.
Aww.
Aww.
It's probably a bunch of like low-grade movie posters.
Like
Yeah.
B movies and stuff.
Yeah.
Like
Lobster
okay.
Man
Yeah.
from Mars.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah,
B movie.
Return of the Living Dead. Is it like horror movies or is it like frick, what's that one that all the film students love? Or they used to anyway. Boondock Saints.
No.
Manos.
Oh god.
Oh,
It's probably a good splattering of
Okay.
variety. Probably has a computer that he just spends most of his time on.
Okay. So as you're clicking away on your computer, you hear a knock on your door frame.
I ignore it per usual.
And the door opens and you hear your mother's voice. Killerin, can I talk? Can we talk?
Sure.
With a heavy teenage sigh. All right, so tell me a little bit about your mom. We got a little snapshot of her last time, but like, what is she like?
I have enough problems creating my own characters.
It can be very top level stuff, you know. It doesn't have to be like deep.
She is a mom that just wants me to be happy.
Mm-hmm.
And will give her input, but ultimately let me go my own way.
Okay. Yeah, she'll step in and she'll say, so I was talking to your father, and he said that he saw the polisher. Do you remember those stories we used to tell you about the polisher at the mall?
Yeah.
Yeah. You kids were at the mall that day, weren't you?
Yeah, we were just chilling.
He said he was all wet and he didn't have his floor buffer. Something happened?
Yeah, he fell in the fountain. I don't know.
He just fell? He's kind of a goofy guy, but
More like flew weightlessly into the fountain.
Cora.
Yeah.
No, your alien friend, they're sweet, but sometimes I kind of worry about you hanging out with them.
They're a good person.
No, I know. It's just you seem to be getting into more trouble recently, you know? Fights, big blow-ups.
Wouldn't say that I was fighting.
What were you doing then?
Observing.
Well, as I understand it, there was a big throwdown that day, and somebody saved a bunch of people and helped a lot of people. And I just wanted you to know that I really believe in you, that you can help people, and I know that that's what you want to do. But I just don't think that you don't have to do what we did. There's lots of ways to help people. And I want you to think about all of your options. And she's trying to shift your mundane up and your, what is she trying to shift down?
Freak.
Or
Danger.
Say she's trying to shift your mundane up and your savior down, actually. Because she's kind of trying to say, like, you could be a doctor, you could be a great politician, like, you don't have to do this superhero thing.
I don't think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna fight it.
Okay. And she kind of sees that she's getting through to you, and she like smiles, and she walks up. Like, I'm guessing that. Have you even turned around in your computer chair, or is she literally talking to the back of your head?
I am still facing my computer.
Got a quick D2 there. I appreciate that. All right. And she'll walk up and she'll kind of put one arm around you and like give you a quick hug. And she'll just say, like, I just see all the world in you, kiddo. And I'm just so excited to see what you turn out to be. And I'm sorry if I'm a little too protective, but how could I not be? You're great.
Kind of shrug off. Thanks, Mom.
Get off of me.
No problem, kiddo. Dinner's in 15 minutes. And she walks out of the room. All right. And now we will zoom over to Mallory. What kind of after-school activities does Mallory get up to?
Well, she's president of drama club.
Okay.
She tells her parents that she's part of math club because I don't think they'd approve of anything that theatrical. Yeah, she tries to spend as little time at home as physically possible.
Okay. Is she so she's definitely an overachiever, right? So
yes,
she probably might be like the last person in the auditorium, like cleaning things out. It's probably still like a little like you can see the tape over the bits of the backdrop that got smashed last time, and they like kind of mildly painted over it.
Well, that arts are always the least funded extracurricular activities at school, so we're working on a very tight budget to get these things repaired. Yep.
So maybe you're like actually you've got a little bucket of paint yourself, and you're like painting over some of the breaks and stuff. When you hear a voice from the top of the auditorium, and it's an unfamiliar voice, and they say, "Mallory Drake."
Yes.
Could I have a word with you for a minute?
Of course, yes. And I put down my paint bucket. I'm looking for this person who's calling for me.
All right, yeah, they're standing up at the top of the auditorium, and they're wearing a very nice suit. They're a little on the short side. They've got very nicely like kind of a undercut. They look like they're probably in their. They look like they're probably in like their 30s, 40s. And they kind of step down, and they're like clacking patent leather shoes.
This is so exciting. This is it. This is my moment. I'm finally noticed. Yes.
And he'll say, "Oh, they'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I have you at a disadvantage. I'm Eiffel Kinga."
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Eiffel King.
Kinga.
Kinga.
Yes, no, it's fine. Let's get that a lot. Say, you're the last one left, right? I was hoping I could talk with you in something, or talk with you in private about something.
Oh, of course. I think I know where this is going.
And he'll walk to the front row and kind of push down one of the little, seats and sit down, like pat the one next to him.
All right. And she sits down.
He says, "So, how long have you been going to Saint Nation for, Mallory?"
Oh, well, this is my second year enrolled in this academy.
It's a fine old school, wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. The best of the best, which is why I'm here.
Yes, this school has a very, very long history, although this building is almost as new as you are, I believe.
I can see that.
Have you noticed anything unusual about the school?
Insofar as...
Oh, anything that doesn't seem necessarily directly related to students' academic development. And I'll remind you that in character creation, the thing that Mallory noticed was that it seemed like the school had some funding from weird places. You don't have to say that, but you are aware of that.
Yeah, I'm a little suspicious about his motives. It seems the more he's talking, the less that he's going to be offering me a big part and in Broadway. So I'm a little bit more suspicious about him now.
Okay.
So I'm probably going to say something very vague, like, "Oh, well, I take my role as drama club president very seriously. So you are correct. Whenever I notice potential for one of our fellow students, I always do my best to make sure that they join our drama club." Is that what you're talking about, sir?
No, I was more talking about well, you and your friends seem to be concerned with the well-being of your fellow students, and I'm just a concerned citizen. I've heard some rumbles that there might be some unsavory things happening around here, and I don't know if any of them are true yet, but I just thought that I might let you know. You seem like a very trustworthy person, Mallory. And they smile at you. There might be something that you want to investigate.
I might be listening. I mean, if you're looking for gossip, coming to the drama club is the best way to do this.
The old school building on the far end of campus. I think they say they're turning it into a museum, right?
Mm-hmm. I've heard rumors of that. Yes.
Well, I've heard that's not all they're doing there. You may want to investigate what's going on in the lower sections of the building. And if you do find anything interesting, anything that makes you question what's going on around here, then I'd be happy to hear more and maybe help out.
I see. Yes, of course. I can see what kind of dirt I can dig up. How would I contact you, Mr. Eiffel?
I will give you their Signal account. Encrypted. And say, yes, you can get a hold of me there anytime. And, I have some resources at my disposal. So if you need any help, just let me know.
I see. And she happily takes the offers. A little disappointed this wasn't the break she was looking for today, but she'll take what she can
get.
Now you can send out the Eiffel signal.
And then they'll stand up and sort of straighten their suit and say, "I think you have a great future ahead of you, whatever you decide to do. And looking forward to seeing more."
You'll hear from me again soon. Thank you.
And they start tapping their way toward the exit.
All right, so Mallory's thinking, and her first instinct is to go to her friend Jenna to tell her this great gossip that she just heard.
Jenna is so interested to hear this.
All right, so is Jenna back over at Cora's place?
Probably.
All right, heading over to Cora's place and texting Killarian, tell him that gotta go over to Cora's right away. I don't even tell Cora that we're all meeting at her house. Okay with this.
Cora doesn't care.
Ooh. All right, this is going to be fun. All right. Again, Mallory's primary goal in life is to spend as little time at home as physically possible. So she's okay with checking out the old school tonight if you guys are okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite sure what your parental arrangements are like. But, you know, math club, that gets really algebraic sometimes. And sometimes you don't get home till really late at night. That's normal.
The formula just keeps going.
Sorry, Mom and Dad, we were trying to find the last digit of pi, and you know what? Took longer than we estimated. It's 4, by the way.
Oh, pie, not cherry or anything, right? Cherry's the pits. They're so... Oh,
no, of course. We wouldn't use anything that bold of a flavor in math club.
Okay, well, be careful.
Of course.
And then they'll go back to dining on their... oh God! What's the most mild food you can possibly think?
Toast bread.
It's very tastefully toasted toast.
Saltine crackers.
Oh, and when you leave
without salt.
When you leave, they kind of exchange like a flirtatious glance, and they go to get the margarine. Yeah, Mallory's gonna be gone for a few hours. Okay.
Oh no.
Got the sparkling water.
Oh no, the sparkling water might be too spicy.
Oh,
yeah.
You're right.
Can we get a desparkled? They have to open it. They open one.
You gotta shake it.
Let it go flat.
Yeah. You gotta take your Perrier and then open it and then drink it a week from then. All right, so Mallory is meeting with the gang at Cora's place, which I guess this is like, is this like your headquarters? Like,
well, I mean, Wardbot and Juntron don't really care about, you know, these people have been added to my safe list. What is it? The white list is the list of people who can come in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they can show up. They won't trigger any, you know, alarming reaction.
Okay, so do you share this? What do you tell him, Mallory?
All right. I'm going to let them know that. What was the organization that he was representing? I'm sorry.
Oh, he didn't say anything. They didn't say anything about our organization. They just introduced themselves as Eiffel Kinga.
Okay, Eiffel Kinga. All right.
And that name probably by default doesn't mean anything to any of you.
All right. But we've all seen some suspicious activity going on in our school, and there's a possible lead that whatever's causing this activity seems to be happening over at the old school too. So it's worth checking out at any rate.
Or nods and then says, Eiffel Kinga, who is that? Juntron, please Google Eiffel Kinga.
And Juntron says, Googling Eiffel Kingfish.
No, Juntron. Thanks anyway.
According to Wikipedia, the Eiffel Tower is a landmark in Paris that, yeah, and then she goes on giving you the rest of the first paragraph.
Yep. Cora thanks Juntron and says, anybody else have any ideas?
Is Killer in there?
I texted Killer and have they made it over yet?
Yeah, I'll saunter in.
Good. Well, you know that I'll tell you what you know about the building. Like Eiffel mentioned, it was the old school grounds for St. Nation, which had been around since at least the 19th century. And you know, they've done a few things to modernize it, but like in the last probably 5 years, they constructed this all new building, basically on the other side of a quad from the old building. And the old building is closed off to students. They say that they're converting it into a museum. And so none of you have been in there recently, at least not in terms of legitimately. If someone of you is sneaking in there to smoke and like graffiti the walls or something, that'd be different.
I don't think we're supposed to go in there at night or, ever until they reopen it.
So Aro will say, it's fine. I've been in there to test out my powers with Jake before.
Wow, really?
Where's your
Cora,
sense of
I know you're new
adventure?
here.
When you were in there, you did see some exhibits, Sawaro. Like there were, it's like education, and it's very much about like the philosophy of the school was that they want to educate superpowered people, but they also want to have them together with like the cream of the crop of like mundane students, because they don't want superpowered people are going to be the protectors. They don't want them just in their own cliques. They want them to feel like they're part of the community, and like the museum kind of focuses on that a lot.
Mm. Well, I suppose it sounds like there's some educational value to be there. And if there is something unusual there that might potentially endanger the school, I mean, we do have a duty to protect the school. And I have an excellent sense of adventure. Thank you very much. We have multiple galaxies to Earth.
Are you trying to provoke Cora, Killerin? Is that what's going on? to do this fun thing?
Sure.
That's a big time delinquent move. Like, come on, it'll be fun.
Yeah.
Oh no, it is true, and you do have influence on Cora.
Yep, so you'll get to add +1.
And my superior is maxed.
Oh god.
Oof. All right, so you have to roll snake eyes to fail.
Nice.
Okay. So that is an 8. For PCs on a 10 plus both, on a 7 to 9, choose one. If they do it, add a team to the pool, or if they don't do it, they mark a condition. Which do you want, Killerin?
Well, I'm guessing. I think they would do it.
Probably, yeah.
Because they're going to want to, although I'm provoking them, they're going to want to impress me.
Okay. So which of those options are you picking?
They do add a team to the pool.
All right. So Cora, if you do this, a team will go in the pool.
Yes, I'll do it. My friends are going, and I trust my friends to do the right thing because they're good people. And so if they're breaking a rule, there must be a very important reason to be breaking that rule.
Keep in mind, Killerin already talked you into doing something illegal with them once.
Which was probably very similar.
Yep.
Killerin is a good person. And because I trust that they're a good person, there must be an important reason why we're doing this illegal activity.
All right. So if everybody's on board, it's probably like, what time do you want to try to get into the school? It's probably like evening now, like a little after dinner.
10 o'clock.
Okay. So it's 10 o'clock, and we cut to you all assembled outside of the old St. Hieronation building. It's a beautiful old brick building. It looks a little spooky at night now that it's like standing by itself. But yes, the front doors are there, and there's windows and columns. It sort of has like a little bit of that Grecian classical look to it.
Laura kind of considers the building and is like, I wonder what sort of defenses a building that we're not supposed to go into for a school for superheroes might have.
And we gained a team for that. And don't we also start with one team once it clears? What I'm seeing, the last line in the bottom of the first column through the peripheral page.
Right. At the start of every session, the GM adds a team to the pool.
And the very last line in that column.
Whenever time passes, the GM will enter the team and will restore to 1. Yep. So now you have two team.
Okay.
I'll drag them over. All right. So yes, you're standing in front of this building with your 2 team ready to go, and Cora is kind of wondering here. Are you like going to assess the situation? Are you going to like fly around and scout it out, or?
I guess Cora would probably assess the situation because Cora really doesn't want to get in trouble, even though she's agreed to do this and figures that there must be a good reason why we're doing this, and she trusts her friends. So yes, she's sitting there pondering what sort of defenses, or just precautions this school might have in place, because clearly they don't want people breaking in after hours.
All right. And how are you doing that? Are you just going to stay on the ground and look around? Or are you going to fly around and check it out?
Well, I suspect that she'd probably be kind of looking it over and pondering it using her superior alien intellect.
Superior. You really are listening to your home people. All right, so go ahead and roll to assess the situation then.
Okay. Oh, and what is that? That a superior roll?
Yes.
Okay. Do I add anything to it, or do we just go from there?
Just go from there right now.
Oh no!
Okay, so it is a miss right now. If you can fictionally justify spending your 2 team, that will bump it up to a 7. But remember, when you get misses, you get potential. It also means I get to make a move as hard as I want, but you get potential.
I'll take the miss. I think that Mary Sue / Cora probably has a very limited understanding of human defenses because 1, she's not human, and 2, she doesn't tend to do naughty things.
Okay. Interesting.
Seems safe to me, guys.
So I think what happens is, as you're scoping out the place, you're kind of hovering over the top of the building. You came in for the front, and you see in the back there's probably about 4 figures being let in by a couple, there's 3 figures guiding 4 figures in, and they're just kind of the figures who are being let in kind of seem like they're looking around. They're not really sure of what's going on, and as they're leading them in the back, one of the people leading them in kind of looks up at you and spots you and kind of puts their hand up and does the circle, let's go gesture, and they kind of usher the people into the room in the back a little faster, and you hear the door lock.
Uh-oh. Well, Cora, goes back downlands and says, so I have some good news and some bad news. Some good news is I can tell you how many people just went into the building. There was 3 people leading and 4 people following, so there's at least 7. We know that, right? So we can be better prepared.
Do you mention the other part?
What's the bad news?
The bad news is that they maybe potentially kind of know.
They saw you.
What did I tell you the last time we did something like this?
You told me a lot of things. You said that what we're doing is for the betterment of mankind, that laws are made to be broken. Oh, and don't get caught.
That last one there. That last one.
That's the big one here.
So maybe, I'm still here. I didn't get caught, but yeah, I think one of them maybe saw me, but they might have just thought I was some really cool, night bird.
What makes you think that they saw you?
Well, they looked in my direction and then they did this kind of twisty twirly thing with their finger, and then they all hurried inside, and I think I heard the door lock.
All right, so what do you do? Seems like
Well-
they're aware that people are casing this joint.
It wouldn't be fun if there wasn't an audience, so there's no reason for us to not go forward with this. And honestly, how predictable would it be if we went through the front door? I say we find an alternative entrance. There's plenty of windows. We can create our own if we need to.
There's totally windows, yeah. They're closed, but they're just glass.
I could just smash through a glass window. That's fine. I'm a cactus with impenetrable skin. Glass
Alright.
will not hurt me.
All right, yeah. So Sawara wants to just smash through a freaking window.
Anyone against this?
No, that's dramatic as fuck. Let's do this.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you saunter up there and you put your. Did we establish? Do you wear clothes or are you just all?
I
Cactus?
do not. I'm just a cactus.
Just all cactus. You clench your cactusy fist and just. And everybody like kind of grits their teeth and stands still for a minute because you're expecting there to be a burglar alarm or something. But interestingly, no. It's all quiet after the glass gets done shattering.
Well, that makes sense. Sawaro's not a burglar.
Good point. All right, so what do you do now? You've got this open window.
I climbed through it.
All right, you climb through, and I think were you trying to break through into a classroom or just like the front windows near the front door?
Where were we standing?
You're standing near the front.
I guess near the front then.
All right, yeah.
Like,
So
if that's where we were fictionally.
yeah, so you're standing in the foyer, and you don't see anybody in there. It's pretty dark. Let's see, how would the time work out here? You were pretty quick. I think you probably do hear a click from the, there's a door, there's like a stairwell up and to the left, and you think you might hear some footsteps down there and like another opening, shutting door.
Upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
Okay.
All right.
I tell my friends to let's go. And I
All right.
relay the information.
All right. Following?
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so yes, you follow down the stairs, and you encounter the stairs kind of go down deeper into the building, and like the reference that I'm thinking of here is like the lower levels of like what was it? Was it like Pierce Hall at CMU, or it's just like the flickering fluorescent lights, and it's very like, you know, subterranean, clearly. And yeah, there is some lighting in here because they were just moving people through it. And you have this locked door in front of you. What do you do? It's like a locked double door.
I smashed that door too.
Are you super strong?
No, but I attempt to.
It's okay. Sawara doesn't have to be super strong if the door is very undent.
Wait, am I super strong?
I don't remember.
I might actually be super strong. Hold on.
No, I have impenetrable armor and plant infinity.
I actually
Okay.
have to take a very quick look. No, you can fly and you're pretty tough. I don't know what they mean by toughness, but I can fly and I'm pretty tough, and then I get my 2 powers. So I'm not super strong. I'm just flying and super tough.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you do the thing where you like reach out and you're like, hold on, we can do this. And you, I think do you have to touch things? I think we've established that you do touch things to change their density, don't you?
She generally touches things, although there's been a couple times where I haven't touched things to change their density, like when I threw the hot dog and then changed it at the last moment.
That's true. You'd kind of like maybe imbued a delayed charge in it
Right.
in any case. But yeah, you can just like reach out and touch the door, and then Sawaro can just run up and shoulder charge it, and the door flies open. It literally flies. The doors fly off their hinges and go twirling off like pieces of paper because they're super. What's the opposite of dense?
That's what I was trying to think.
Super not dense.
That's what I said. Undense, unmassive.
Like styrofoam.
Right.
And yes, before you see it looks like this was an old office. Actually, there's some posters on the wall and stuff for like the old St. Irenatian Times. Look like this used to be the old student newspaper office or something. And where the cubicles were, there's some weird like pod things, and you see the four people that you saw being guided, being like kind of pushed into the pods. And the one person that seems to be in charge of this operation is saying like, "Oh, God damn it. Get out of here. What are you doing here? Go. You're not supposed to be here." And they're tell me about that cute cashier at Hot Topic, Killerin.
Good question. We'll say, I don't know.
What's their vibe? Are they gothy? Are they like more of a raver? Are they
a graver? Gothic raver?
We'll say that he was that.
They just kind of give off this Funko Pop vibe.
I think it's, you know how Hot Topic has like the cutesy goth things? Like it's evolved from emo to Funko
totally.
Pop goth.
Funko goth.
Funko Pop goth.
The natural enemies of the Visigoths. The Funko goths.
With the Takadori unicorns and everything.
And you can see that it sounds like them. You recognize their voice, but they have like a hood up, and they have like some face paint like over here. Not appropriative face paint. It's just like goth face paint. And they're like sighing heavily at you walking in here, and they're like, "They don't pay me enough to deal with you jerks. Just get out of here."
And I'm going to attempt to. Here's my sheet.
And the other two are like kind of just saying, well, like the other students are, well, not, you don't know they're students, but you're close enough now. You might recognize some of them. They're students. They're saying like, just get in the pod. Just get in the pod. This is all part of the extracurricular.
They're trying to
get your extra credit.
They're trying to get who in the pod now again?
The four students that they were leading in the back.
So the cutie from Hot Topic, I am going to try and tell them, don't worry, just keep doing your thing. We're supposed to be here, and use my emotion control to kind of just make him even more emo about it.
Okay, so you're trying to what is the end goal here?
For him to not care that we're there. Like, he's already like, they don't pay me enough, just go so I don't have to deal with it.
Okay.
Kind of be that whole, I don't even care, do what you want. You say you're supposed to be here, sure.
I think a fun wrinkle for that is like you have to maintain eye contact with somebody to like do that initial emotion control.
Okay.
But like, yeah, you can totally do that. So go ahead and roll to unleash your powers. They have influence over you. You don't have influence over them. So.
Is that a penalty?
No.
Okay.
Just as a reminder. Okay. So yeah, you kind of get through to them, and they're like, "All right, you know what? Whatever. Just don't mess with anything." And they kind of like sit down at a little terminal they have and like start tapping on a computer.
Would you consider this misleading them?
Yeah, totally.
When you mislead, I don't know if this is something different. This is, are you watching closely? When you mislead, distract, or trick, roll superior on a hit. They are fooled.
You
But
already-
it sounds like its own specific role for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You unleashed your powers here. In the
Feel like-
future, like we could do it differently, but we already had the roll, and it was a full hit.
Yeah,
So,
I feel
yeah,
like they're
is-
pretty much the same thing. So
Yeah, I think your emotion control probably doesn't last forever, and when it wears off, people know that you messed with them somehow. It's like casting friends in D&D, you know?
okay.
Once it's over, they're like, hey, wait a minute. But yeah, I think you were able to do it here, and they are convinced that as long as you don't mess with anything, you can be here.
So Cora sees what's going on here. So you said that the Hot Topic cashier is in the room and they were putting people into pods, the 4 people, like, and they were students.
Mhm.
So Cora, who's there, would start like emitting her like most friendly, soothing, warm up to me and like me pheromones, and would say, wow, this sure looks complex. What are you doing here? Could you explain it to me? I'd love to hear all about it.
Okay. So
And
I
she's good
think
at asking questions because she really usually doesn't know what's going on.
So I think, are you like, you're kind of like trying to manipulate with them using your powers as well, right? You're like kind of walking
Yes.
up to them.
I'm basically asking these questions that I really do want the answers to, but I am 100% using my pheromone power to make them like essentially consider it like a charm person spell. You
All right,
know?
so go ahead and unleash your powers to see what you do with them, since you're kind of going so hard on this.
Okay.
And then if you get it right, I might just give you like a situational bonus to pierce their mask or something.
Okay. And unleashing my powers is a freak roll.
Yep.
Freaky deaky. All right, let's do this. Yay, full hit.
All right. So yes, they're predisposed to think that you're just a curious person who's asking questions, at least as long as your pheromones work.
And an extremely likable, curious person.
Yep. So what are you asking?
So could you explain what this whole thing is? What are you doing here? This seems fascinating.
Oh, this is a pilot program. We're working on it's sort of this increased. It's sort of a fail-safe. Like they're trying to work on this way to increase aggression in people by like on like a psychological level. You know, if folks just don't really seem to, if nothing else kind of works to make them a little more aggro, you know, then this is what they. This is where we'll send them, assuming it all works out right. This is the first prototype night.
Oh my goodness. And you must be so important for them to put you in a role like this. Wow. Do you know how they chose the people that they put in there?
I think I'll give you that one for free as part of your first one, that first question. But then if you want to get more out of them, you might need to pierce the mask.
Got it.
Because they are busy, you know, they've got their own stuff to do.
I know, but I am extremely charming and flattering.
You are.
And I'm hoping these pheromones aren't affecting my poor friends. I don't know if I really have that control or not.
So when you pierce someone's mask to see the person beneath, roll plus mundane. And then I'll give you the +1 because you
Okay.
you were got that pheromone good thing going on.
I would have to roll that for them to tell me how they chose the people that are in the pods.
Yeah, basically they're like trying to get back to work, and now you're kind of imposing on them to like, no, keep talking to me.
Okay. So I roll mundane and I get a +1, you said?
Yep.
All right, let's see if it actually adds it this time like it's supposed to. Oh.
Okay. So that's a miss.
Oh, but
And-
it didn't include my modifier. It says
It
plus
added
0
plus
modifier.
0.
Yeah, so it should. Oh wait, no, but my mundane is -1, so that makes sense. Haha. So yes, it did. It did add my modifier then. So yeah, miss.
And I think, yeah, even if both of you, if two people spent team, that wouldn't be quite enough, unfortunately.
Mhm.
So I think what happens here is they just kind of wave you off, and then like, I'm sorry, but like, guards, could you escort them out? Like, I'm real busy.
Oh no, we'll take ourselves out. Sorry, I understand. You're very important and very busy. We'll just be going.
Okay. And yeah, the guards will escort you out, but they're going to make sure you're leaving if you're just going with them.
And I just have a quick question. Now that I have made that miss, I get potential for it, right?
Yep.
My potential bar is full.
All right. You can pick an advancement.
What does that mean?
You might want to just do it after, but there's
Okay.
like there's a big list of advancement things you can pick.
So do I just reset my potential bar now?
Yes, and just remember that you have an advancement coming.
Okay. I'm gonna
So
go
we're
ahead.
just leaving without releasing any of the peoples from the pods?
It's up to you.
We're just gonna step outside and maybe regroup and reconsider what we're doing.
I'm assuming these are not willing students,
I mean, they
Unless
weren't
they're
in.
getting extra credit. I mean,
Yeah, you did hear that mention of extra credit, but they don't necessarily know everything that was happening here. They looked kind of hesitant being let in, but they're like, "Yeah, man, I need that extra credit."
What do you think that those pods run on? Do you think we could disrupt their power source?
well, we saw what happened to Jake the last time something was added to a student. Will we really
Increase
have
aggression.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. So, what does Sawara think about this? Having seen your friend in a similar predicament.
I am very against this.
Okay.
Definitely.
And we are in the lower floors underground, right?
Totally.
So I'm gonna start growing roots
Mhm.
hmm
from the trees outside and try to get them to burst through the walls and into the pods and stuff, and just to wreck things that are in this room.
Rad. All right. So yeah, you're targeting the pods basically.
Yes, I'm
Alright.
targeting the pods, assuming that there's nobody actually actively in the pods right now.
They are in the pods, but I mean, you could so if you roll poorly, you could potentially mess with them a little bit, but yeah, sometimes there's collateral damage.
I'd like to not hurt people.
Okay. Well, if you end up rolling poorly on your unleash your powers, I will give you a choice. I will
Okay.
I'll tell you whether you can either mark a condition or it could be unstable or temporary. And you've given me a great idea for how it could be unstable.
Oh, great.
But you get to make that choice.
Okay.
Samara was like the queen of unleashing her powers. That's awesome. Okay, so you got an 8, which would mean you have to make that choice I told you about. If we could fictionally justify how 2 of you are helping enough to bump it up to a 10, then we can do that instead.
Mallory would
say?
be ready to remove a student from a pod if it looks like the roots are becoming dangerous, but I think realistically I can only cover maybe 2 of the pods.
Okay, that's still
I would
enough for-
need
Yeah. And I would say similarly, Quora would be very ready to assist removing people from danger. She could just tap, people in the pods next to her on either side of her to, lift them up and make them float like little balloons.
I think you are under guard right now, so I don't know if
Oh.
you could just immediately do that though.
I want.
So I think we might.
Well, then
have to
she
say
would-
that this is.
I was going to say then she could tap the guards, make them float like little balloons.
You could totally do that. That would be your own move though.
Oh, gosh.
We only have two teams.
I'm guessing that the roots coming in is going to cause some foundational issues.
Yes.
It's not typically good for a foundation.
So I'm going to try and throw everyone down here off guard and act like it's an earthquake. Like, oh shit, we all need to get out.
Oh, that's so good.
Okay. Yeah. Although I feel like that, because you're kind of doing your own move there, right? You're like misleading people. And I do like that though. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Yeah, you can spend that team. And then, can we think of how anybody else would be able to help right in this moment?
Well, doesn't Killer also have power negation? Like, if...
Well, but what powers are going on right now? Nobody has powers that we know of. They're just putting people in pods.
No, if Saguaro's roots...
So then that would stop my roots.
Could you minimize it? I just want a little bit of power negation.
I think we should roll.
Yeah, I was just trying to psych out the guards so that they would not pay attention to the pods and be like, oh shit, we need to get out of here.
I think that's a great idea. I think we should do that as a separate move, though. So I'm just going to say that.
How about this, real quick? If I saw that Saguaro was doing something, but that Saguaro was a little concerned that maybe if things went awry, the roots could like hurt people. Quora could change the density of the roots very easily just by touching them real quick to make them soft, like little, like being poked by fluffy green marshmallows.
I think that's kind of a, like, how are they going to mess stuff up if they're fluffy marshmallows?
Well, they would start messing stuff up, but it seemed like if they endangered like the people, they could be like,
We're also still under guard.
Yeah.
That's true.
You have the guards on either side of you. I think we should just let this roll.
Okay.
But then you can totally do the cool stuff you're talking about after that. So, Saguaro, you need to make that choice. Are you going to mark a condition, or am I going to tell you how this is unstable or temporary? Conditions are fun.
Yeah, I'm looking at the conditions. I will take a condition.
Afraid could work. Like you're afraid that what you're doing is actually going to hurt them.
And I'm going to take angry.
That makes sense.
Because I'm upset that this is happening to other people, and I'm still a little bit upset that Jake didn't trust me, and everything's just building up. So I'm angry.
I like it. All right. So yes, as you get this angry look in your eye, and you're probably just like shouting with frustration or something, right? As these roots smash up from throughout the concrete foundation and just start whipping at the bases of the pods and like tearing up their cables, and like there's like sparks everywhere, and it's really cool. And then Revilery not Revilery, that's their secret super villain name. The cute cashier will say, they'll say, God damn it, I told you not to mess with this stuff. And they'll stand up on the desk and they kind of put their hand to their head, their fingers to their head. And Saguaro, you start to feel kind of funny. You start to feel like the depths of your mind are being plumbed. They haven't gotten anywhere juicy yet, but you can tell that something is happening here. So what are the rest of you doing? Also, these guards are still very much in play, but you can do the earthquake thing if you want.
Can we tell that the cutie is doing this to Saguaro?
Yeah, it seems like you can kind of tell when somebody is shaking off your emotion control, because the arrangement was like, you can hang out as long as you don't cause me trouble.
Well, I mean that they are using powers on Saguaro.
Yeah, there's probably a glow on their points of their hand, and then there's a glow around Saguaro's head.
Why is it always the cute ones and I'm just going to hold out my hand and focus and try and negate their powers?
Okay. Roll to unleash your powers. And I've been thinking about this. Do you think you need to... I think if you just touch somebody, chances are you might not even need to roll. But if you're trying to do it from a distance, you definitely need to unleash.
And I think
Yeah,
last time we determined that it, like, at this point I can only do it on one person and it's kind of concentration.
Yeah. Oh, what is your goal here? Are you attacking them or are you defending Saguaro?
My goal is to stop them from doing whatever they're doing to Saguaro.
Okay, so that is a defend then.
Isn't it unleash my powers though? Because I'm using my powers to negate what they're doing.
Your powers are what's allowing you to defend Saguaro right now.
I guess that's kind of confusing to me because if I have to unleash my powers...
You don't have to unleash your powers because unleash your powers is like a catch-all for when other moves don't cover it. It's all about intention. And your intention here is to be a savior for Saguaro.
Okay. If I had known that, I wouldn't have taken the alteration.
The what?
When my savior was bumped down and my mundane was bumped up.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I feel ya.
Because like in the fiction of the game, the abilities are what let you do all these cool things. It's not like anytime you activate your superpowers, you're unleashing your powers. Unleashing your powers is for when you do something like really out of the box with them. Otherwise, your abilities are what let you do these things.
Cancel that one. Gonna be bad. Yep.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
It says, oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yep. 1 minus 1.
Oof. Okay.
Well, that's one potential.
Yeah, mark that potential, buddy. Okay. So on a miss, I think what happens is they feel you reaching out to them, and they are going to turn their focus to you instead. And you are going to... I think your focus here just opens things up enough that you're just going to mark a condition. It's not even roll to take a powerful blow because like you were kind of opening yourself up to try and defend Saguaro. Okay. And the way that it works for this villain, Revilery, is that they reach into your mind and they twist a happy memory. So what is a happy memory that Killerin might have that Revilery is twisting?
Don't know.
Could just be, like, hey, you got a Xbox for Christmas one time, and you open it, and it's actually full of scorpions. It doesn't have to be deep and angsty.
I don't know what would make him happy.
Oh. You had a really that spring roll that you had while we were in the mall was really delicious, and you were really enjoying it. But then now the memory is that it was filled with ants.
We'll just go with my that yummy Japan. It's always a happy place. It's always good. It's my comfort food, so we'll go with that.
Oh no. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna have some weird associations with yummy Japan now, but you can work through it. You can work through it. You can get past it. And yeah, mark a condition. Your choice.
And hopeless.
Hopeless? Oh yeah. If I can't count on yummy Japan, what can I count on? All right. So yeah, Saguaro, sorry, what was? Yeah. Saguaro, you like felt this presence in your mind, this like invasion in your mind, but then it like stops suddenly, and you look over and you see Killerin just like reaching at their head, and just like you can see whatever was meant for you is now inflicted on them instead. And the guards have whipped out. They have like these crackling energy stun batons, and they're charging toward you.
Cora, who's been standing next to the guards, as we pointed out several times,
Yes,
is like, "Oh, none of that,"
Mhm.
and reaches out and touches the stun batons next to her, and just makes them incredibly dense, so super heavy. So they just like drop to the floor, and if the guards are holding them, they drop to the floor with the.
I love it. I'll give you one for free because you're just super powered and you can do cool shit.
Mhm.
But if you want to do both of them, you'll need to roll to unleash your powers.
Okay, I'll definitely take the one for free, but so can I roll for the other one? No. Okay, so if I it's either take the one for free or take two, but have to roll to unleash.
Exactly.
Okay, well, Cora would really try to get them both because she's standing next to both of them. So, all right, let's unleash those powers. I should have let my parents make me more freaky deaky. All right. Ha. Ha. All right.
So that is a hit, and then you'll have to make the choice that Saguaro made, unless we can fictionally justify how two of you help out here. And in this case, it's kind of like there's more of a mix-up going on, so it might be a little bit easier to justify that. Mallory, I know you said something about going after the guards too.
Absolutely. I was prepared to intervene if something would arise, so I'm already ready to take care of one of the guards for Cora.
Okay, so we can count that as one. Can anybody else help out here?
I am indisposed.
Yummy Japan!
Saguaro, you got any way to help here? It's okay if you don't.
No, not at the moment.
Okay, so we'll move that one team back.
Okay.
And then, because there's no point in spending it if it doesn't bump it up a level, Mallory's still doing her thing, but not enough to make the difference in this case.
Got it.
When you unleash your powers and you get a 7 to 9, you can either mark a condition, or I will tell you how the effect is unstable or temporary.
Okay. As amusing as it would be to take a condition right now, I want to hear how it's unstable or temporary. Because, you know what she's trying to do. She's trying to make these two batons super heavy. So they just clunk heavily to the floor with the guards holding on to them, getting dragged down.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think I'm going to go with unstable here because that sounds really fun. And they do both drop as they hold on to them, and like it crushes their knuckles a little bit and they scream out. But then they like pop back up and they're like really light. And they're just kind of like dropping down and going back up. And the guards are like, they're like indisposed with it. They still have a handle on them and they could conceivably use them to get in your way. But like you having to split your attention between these two different objects has made it so that like you've just made their density extremely unstable. So they're like really trying to keep a hold on them. Bad news is if one of them caught you while it was super dense, that wouldn't be so fun. But
hopefully if it was super dense, it would drag them downward too. I don't know.
Yep.
On top of
it,
Core definitely is like, I'll need to work on that later.
All right, so Mallory, what are you doing with as these guards are like, what the hell?
Well, I suppose espionage is off the table. I can roll with the punches. I'm going to change my strategy a little bit. First things first, I want to try out my active move, pretty much a superhero. I want to do two things here. One, I want the people in this room to think that I am more dangerous than what they first thought of me when I came in.
Okay.
Second, I also want to flirt with the cute Hot Topic boy a little bit. Maybe wink at him while I say, "Ha! Unbeknownst to you, it was actually I, alter ego, the whole time. You've heard of me, correct?" So can I roll for this?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I'm sorry, baby.
Wow.
Okay, so which of your exploits have they heard about?
Oh, they heard about the auditorium exploit.
Okay.
Which is, so he should be intimidated by all of us in here. We're all pretty much a big deal.
So do you think they think that you're like a danger because of that, or like a superior or savior, or?
Oh, they would think us a little bit more dangerous.
Okay. So yes, their revilery kind of seems taken aback when you bring this up, and they're like, "Oh, God damn it, I'm really not paid enough for this." It seems like they're going to try to target you now because they're really worried about taking you out as the main danger now. Let's see, who's it been a minute since we heard from? Killer, you want to take another shot, and then maybe next Sawaro?
I will assess the situation.
All right. What does that look like in this scenario?
Trying to focus, see what's going on, what the situation is with everyone, and what Hot Topic Boy is doing.
All right. Okay. So that means you'll get to ask one, unless we want to spend the 2 teams somehow. I don't hear anybody jumping up with how they would necessarily help out, which is okay. You don't feel like you need to help out every time, especially because it can be good to turn things from a miss into a partial hit.
Yeah.
But that means that you will get to ask one.
Yeah, one. I want to know what in here is useful or valuable to me.
I think the information, the reason you're here is to gather information, right? Because Eiffel King is like, hey, you should go check out what's going on down there. Probably the files on that computer that Revilery was working on.
Okay.
Okay, and you remember you get a +1 forward to acting on those answers. All right, so yeah, Killerin takes a moment to look around and is like, oh, wait a minute, we need to get those files before something happens to them, because that's how we can, that's how we can do something about this in the broader sense. What's Sawaro doing now?
Okay. So Sawaro, words. Sawaro, has called in the roots of all of the plants surrounding this building to, just destroy this room. And it's like, oh, great. The foundation of this building is not great.
This historic building.
This historic building is now crumbling. I have destroyed this museum to be. It's fine.
It's fine. It was a stupid museum anyway.
And Hot Topic person is going after who now?
Mallory.
Okay. I am still a cactus.
Yep. You're 100% a cactus.
I have spines. I'm going to run up and give them a hug.
like a bear hug? Like a horrible cactus bear hug?
Yes.
Oof. All right. That sounds like you're directly engaging a threat. And you're able to run past these guards who are kind of locking you down before because they're still struggling with their batons.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run up and give them a hug.
All right.
Is this a danger or a savior? Because my intention is to get them to stop attacking Mallory. But I'm also directly engaging them as a threat.
I mean, I think in this case it's probably more of a directly engage because you're not like standing between them and Mallory or anything.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so that's an 8. 2 more and it's a 10. Can anybody fictionally justify a help here?
Not I.
Anyone want to help me hug this person?
Let's see. So your goal is to run in and hug the individual?
As a cactus, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of how Cora could help you with that.
I mean, it could even be as simple as just like continuing your power over the guards. But if you want to think of something that's a little more colorful than that, I'm all for it.
Yeah, Cora not only continues her power over the guards to make sure that Saguaro has like a clear shot, while they're in a light state, but still holding on to it, she kind of gives them a tap so they start spinning like like little tops around her so that they're even more preoccupied.
All right, I love it. All right, that's 1. Can anybody do another?
Well, I'm already in a position with the guards before, so I can hold on to one of the guards and kind of brace them so Saguaro can bear hug them.
All right, works for me.
Are you bracing them while they spin around? Please tell me that's what's happening.
That's fantastic, yes. Holding down like a top.
Yeah.
All right, so Saguaro, thanks to the help of your teammates, you now have a 10 on directly engage a threat, which means you'll trade blows, and you also get to pick 2, resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity for your allies, or impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition.
I'm going to resist their blows, I guess.
Yep.
And I'd like to create an opportunity for Killerin to get to the computer.
Very smart. Okay, so let's see. As you get them in this big, awful bear hug, they...
Cora just thinks you're showing them some much needed love because love is what heals us all.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm doing, Cora. I am, angry and loving.
It's tough love.
Like a big teddy bear.
I just love you so much.
Okay. I think what they're going to do is they're going to, like, maybe they see that Killerin's advancing and they recognize you and they look at you and they just shout at you like, what are you even doing with these nerds? For a second there, I thought you were cool.
Oh no.
And they're trying to lower your superior and raise your freak.
For me?
For you, yes. Because they have influence over you.
Those darn popular kids.
And you can reject it as always if you want.
Yeah, I'll reject it.
All right. Make that roll. 2d6. Okay. So... on a 7 to 9, choose one. Clear, condition, or mark potential by immediately acting to prove them wrong. Shift one label up and one label down, your choice, or cancel their influence and take +1 forward against them.
I will cancel their influence and take +1 forward.
All right, what does that look like?
What was it they said again?
They said, "Why are you hanging out with these losers?" For a second there, I thought you were cool.
Yeah, I thought you were cool too, but look what I find you doing here.
Hot Topic doesn't pay that well. I gotta shore up the gap somehow.
Just better ways, man.
Yeah.
Cora is so offended that this person would say mean things about her friends, who she's pretty sure are the most amazing people on all of planet Earth, maybe even the solar system, that she's going to kind of like fly dash up and put a finger against their mouth and say, "Why say something mean when you could just be quiet?" And she's going to make their lips just dense enough that they can't open their mouth anymore.
I'm still in a bear hug, so
that's okay. You're holding a nice bear hug, so they can't really move as I do
it. Are you trying to provoke them to shut up? Like, are you just kind of?
No, she's trying to physically make them unable to speak by making their lips dense.
Okay. Well, there was an opportunity for an ally, but it wasn't actually for you. So I think we do still have to. But they're in the middle of a bear hug. So
yeah, they are definitely restrained.
Yeah, I think in this case, yeah, you could just tap their lips and they're like, for a moment, they're like.
And Cora smiles brightly and is like, "That's better."
And it looks one of the guards, it's actually probably both of the guards are running up to try and separate you folks, but that is, you do still have that golden opportunity killer, and if you wanted to try and get that stuff on the computer.
Yes.
What does their running look like? By the way,
they're
holding the batons.
They're up and down. Just trying to keep a hold on it. They probably should just drop the batons, honestly, but they think they're really cool. They like crackle with electricity and stuff.
So yeah, I'll try and get to the computer and see what I can snag off of it.
Okay. Yeah, you run up to the computer and there's a thumb drive plugged into it. It looks like this is just a terminal that they use.
Okay. I'll take the thumb drive.
All right. Yep.
What, do you safely eject it?
I want to make sure that whatever Hot Topic Boy was doing actually made it to the thumb drive before I eject it and take it.
Okay. All right. So you can take a moment to like tapping away, and like Revilery will look at you and be like, "Oh, just leave it alone. Just I mean, but yeah, the guard. So while you're copying that over and you have that opportunity, the guards are running up on Saguaro and Quora. Mallory, what are you doing? As you see your friends kind of like circling each other in this big scrap.
Okay, so they're kind of busy with the guards. Killerun's doing thing with the cute Hot Topic Boy. I guess you should probably start taking these people out of these pods, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
I should probably get around to that.
All right. Yeah, so you can pull one pod open, and it's not like they weren't like completely submerged or anything. It was just kind of like a little canopy that comes over them, and there's like a screen in front of them, and they look like they're kind of dazed, but with like a kind of a little bit of an angry expression on their face as they're like watching the screen.
Don't be a drama queen, and I just kind of move over to the next pod. I can't stand dramatic people.
All right, so wow, hot meat kettle. And yeah, so no one's there to oppose you, so you're able to pull them out. But one of the guards is kind of coming up behind you, Sawara, and they're going to try to separate you from Revilery.
Okay.
They're probably just going to like try to wedge their super dense the baton in there and like try to lever you apart. So what are you folks doing?
Well, Cora wouldn't let that happen.
I don't know if I'm gonna try to resist that. I think I'll probably just let it happen.
All right.
So yeah, you kind of pop out, and Revilery kind of shakes their head, or shakes his head. And let's see, what did I do? Yeah. He is not getting paid enough for this, and he is going to try to run for the fire escape.
Cora's standing right there. And since she didn't spend time stopping the guard from breaking Soro's grip, she puts a hand on Revilery's shoulder and says, I think you need to take a seat, and makes him super tense.
Nice. Okay. I think you're directly engaging a threat here.
Okay. All right. Let's find. There we go. And that's the thing I'm worst at, but that's okay. All right. She's going to say, I think you need to take a seat, while putting a hand on this person's shoulder and trying to get them to feel heavy so that they kind of just sit down, plunk down on the floor.
Yep.
Ugh.
Oh, no. So yeah, you do get your hand on him, and you feel like it's starting to work, but then he turns around and, like, with a very desperate look in his eye, he locks eyes with you, and he's going to do that twisting a happy memory thing. So what is a happy memory thing that you think he might be the first thing he found for Cora?
Oh gosh. See, Cora, like, almost every memory is a happy memory. Let's see. Cora would be thinking, Cora would have heard Mallory's comment about drama and dramatics, and would have been reminded about how, and this is actually in the backstory I've been writing for her, how much fun she's had in drama club and how it's been so enjoyable for her, but she's not very good at it because she's already having to pretend to be a human, and so having to pretend to be a human pretending to be something else is already kind of challenging.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But she's generally accepted that she's not that good at it and doesn't care because it's the experience that's joyful for her.
Okay. So I think maybe Cora feels stage fright for the first time with this memory.
They're all laughing at me.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks I'm bad.
So roll to take a powerful blow to see what this does to her. I didn't have... Killerin just took the condition because they kind of opened themselves up to defend, but in this case, you're kind of more like scrapping equally. So
okay, so what do I roll for that?
It should be on your sheet, I think. Basically, you just roll plus however many conditions you have right now.
Oh, none right now, thank goodness. So I just click the button next to conditions?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I got a 9.
So that's bad, actually.
Oh.
But don't forget to mark your potential for the miss on directly engaged. Okay, good.
Thank goodness.
All right. So, have any of you failed on roll to take a powerful blow yet? Congratulations, Cora. You're the first.
Yay.
You get to take a powerful blow. Okay. So on a 7 to 9, choose one. You lash out verbally, provoke a teammate to foolhardy action, or take advantage of your influence to inflict a condition. You give ground, your opposition gets an opportunity. I think it's probably pretty clear what would happen here. So in that case, you struggle past the pain, mark 2 conditions.
Wait, so I either take a condition. Wait, hold on. Say it for me again.
Let me copy them in for you.
Yeah.
Or you can, I think you can see it on the basic moves too.
Let me make sure I bring that up. Okay, so I think I would give ground, because Cora would suddenly be struck. Cora, who thinks that everybody is amazing and that even people who do mean bad things still have good in their heart, would suddenly be hit by this, twisted memory that people were really like mocking her and like didn't think well of her. And she would just be caught in a moment of like heartbreak and sadness and pain. And so she'd kind of stop and be swamped in that for a second.
Oh, Cora. And yes, so your hand kind of like slackens again as you, as Revilery, like their eyes pierce your soul for a second, and then he whips back around and he just darts out of the fire escape. And when he does, the fire alarm starts going off.
Because he was a burglar.
Yep.
Or a fire?
Clearly, if he had triggered the fire alarm, he must be a fire. And you still have these guards here, but they both drop their batons when this goes off, and and they're going to start making for the exit too. So what are you doing?
Suara is going to go towards the exit.
All right.
Did we fuck up the pods enough where we can abandon them without us worrying that they're going to be used again?
I think you messed them up pretty good, but like they could probably be repaired. If you spend a little more time, you could probably wreck them for good.
I'm going to use my unstoppable move.
Oh, what does that do?
And I'm going to smash my way through the pods to get through to the did it? Nope, it didn't do the whole thing. Hold on. Did that do the whole thing?
Yeah, I got the whole thing, I think. It just went through in two messages.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to smash through the pods on my way to the fire escape.
Rad. So, like, we see these roots, like, kind of, like, coming up in, like, a wake behind you almost, and just, like... So go ahead and roll to see how that goes. Full hit. All right. On a hit, the world breaks before you, and you get what you want. Yeah, Suaro, who is like very pissed at this whole pod situation, just charges forward through the pods and like leaving this destruction in your wake, and you are wrecking the foundation of this building. Like it is
fine.
Yep, it is tearing through, and there's chunks of concrete, and like actually there's dust coming down from above you. As it seems like the ceiling is like starting to give. But like if the rest of you follow Suaro, you'll be okay. You might not want to hang out down here too much longer.
It's only one area of the school. The school is pretty big. This is just one area of foundation that's bad. They can fix it. It's fine.
Yeah, there you go. The roof is collapsing here, but probably not everywhere.
Right?
Cora follows because, you know, she may be feeling a little embarrassed, which is a new emotion for her. But you know, if anything seems to fall toward her or somebody she cares about, she just, you know, gives it a little boopy boop so that they, you know, becomes super light and doesn't brain them.
Okay. And I think Killerin, we probably get a cool shot of you. Like, were you gonna say something?
I was just going to ask what was the status of me getting everything off the computer and whatnot.
Yeah, we get a cool shot of like Killerin like tapping really fast. We've established you like computer things. That was established in a previous scene, so call back. You know, there's like a command line running for some reason, and like lots of font scrolling and tap 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 tap, and then ready to eject mass storage unit, and you pop it out, and as you're popping it out and whipping around, a piece of tile and like, you know, like the supports falls on the computer and smashes it, but you got everything you needed.
Nice. I will make my way out.
Awesome. And yes, you can all head out of the fire escape. By the time you make it out, you pretty much just see probably like a van speeding off. There's a FF emblazoned on the side, but you can't make up too much more about it.
FF.
Yep.
Final Fantasy?
Yeah.
Yep. Final Fantasy. FF Corp. And yes, you're now standing in front of this collapsing building with the fire alarm going off. What are you doing?
Getting out of there.
Partially collapsing building. It's not fully collapsing.
I know that when things go south like this, you don't want to be around.
All right, so we can get a nice montage of you. How did you get here? Did you take the bus? Did you walk?
How far away is the house? Is
I don't have a
from the
driver's
school?
license.
I don't know. From Cora's house, it's probably like at least a few miles, right? But
Cora just makes us all really light and flies us. We all just hold on.
Alsace maneuver. We've had enough Alsace today.
Yeah, but Alsace had to deal with everybody's denseness. Cora just makes us all really light and can do whatever we want.
Chain.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. I'm like, everybody hold hands.
It's like Peter Pan.
All right, if you're doing this to make a cool, stylish getaway, I think go ahead and roll to unleash your powers to see if you can fly everybody away.
Oh, goodness gracious. This has not been a good day for my rolls, but we'll try. All right. Oh my god!
Hey, but that's another potential.
That's another potential.
Oh, she's still caught up in how how embarrassed she is, and that people are making fun of her for being such a freak. So maybe she doesn't really want. Maybe she's like, okay, I'll do it, but she's really half-hearted about it because she's like, if I do it, then everyone will just still think I'm a freak. They'll think I'm a freak even more.
Oh. So let's see. I think you're about to do it when do the people at home have a way of getting a hold of you when you're out and about?
Probably.
Okay. Whatever that is starts going off and it distracts you too much. You're thinking about the people at home. You're just not in the emotional state to it's weighing too much on you to be able to pull this off.
She's got to have gem earrings that just like Gem and the Holograms can produce, that can light up and yeah, that's what they are like.
Okay. So I think that if you take that call, then your people at home will start talking to you and they're going to make a request of you. I haven't decided what that request is yet, but we will decide that next time. So you had this brief flying idea, but when that fails, I'm guessing you're all just going to do the usual teenager thing and just run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on, everybody. Oh God, no. Hold on, I got to take this.
As you're all like, yeah, parents, okay. No, it's fine. All right. As you're darting away from this school, and you probably get a few panels of panning up, and your group is running away this way as fire engines pull up to the front. And the FF Corp van speeds into the distance. All right. As you're running, does anybody want to try to do a triumphant celebration or share some vulnerabilities? Or do we want to maybe pick up on that next time?
It was totally awesome how Saguaro used their vines to bust open the pods to break them. I think that really helped turn the tide of the battle.
That was awesome. I really like both. I like so many things. I love how Saguaro put that rivalry in an amazing bear hug of love and not of all of anger, and to crush them with cactus spines. And I also really love how Killerin apparently is an amazing ice skater and did a beautiful, like, straight out of
Blades of Glory.
Dirty Dancing, like, lift with Mallory. Like, it was the time of our lives, just like the song. And I love how I love that Mallory said she doesn't like dramatic people.
So, like, as you get like probably a few blocks away from the school, there was kind of like a dour mood at first, but like then you're all hanging out with your friends, like you're you're superheroes, but you're also friends, and like the mood kind of lightens as you all like banter back and forth about like, oh man, that was so cool. Did anybody trigger their team moves there?
Wait.
Only if Saguara also tells me I'm awesome.
I do think you're awesome. I really appreciated how you were what were the words? I forgot words. But I really like the skating, and I threw flowers at you.
Yeah, oh, that was cool.
All right, make sure if you do that, like, call out what the mechanic of your team move is too, so we know what we're doing there going forward.
Mine is share a triumphant celebration with someone.
Oh, I think sorry.
Well,
that's the trigger when you share a triumphant celebration with someone, and then like what happens after that?
Tell them how awesome they are. And add a team to the pool if they tell you how awesome you are in return.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, wait, hold on. I think it might be 2 team pools. Give me a moment here.
I mark a potential if my powers are praised.
That definitely happened.
Yes. Do I do it for every time the powers are praised, or just for the whole thing?
It's, well, let me look at your thing here. Team moves. Yeah, it's just when you share a triumphant celebration with someone.
Okay.
I think that as we're walking back, like Quora might kind of like gently tug on Mallory's sleeve because of the whole situation with Drama Club, and would say, Mallory, you're such a great actress, and
I am.
You're so skilled. And I mean, I know that, I'm not the best in Drama Club, and I don't need to be, but I've been thinking about it, and I just worry that, I'm just so awkward, and I'm already doing so much just to try to seem human, and now, like, I wonder if all the times I've been in our productions, like, I was just really, really bad, and if everybody noticed and everybody was laughing at me.
Oh, my dear, and I bring her close. I think it's fantastic. Can you understand the levels of immersion that you must go through? Darling, you are a method actor, and I think that's the highest level of the arts.
So what should I do to get better so I can be even a little like you?
Oh, well, like me, oh, honey,
I'll never be as good as you.
But my dear, come, I will rehearse your parts next time when the drama club reconvenes. Darling, don't you worry. We'll get you through this. Everybody experiences a little bit of stage fright. I recommend that you imagine that you're in your underwear while looking at the audience.
All right, remember that you take +1 forward to do that, and mark potential if you do, Cora. If you imagine yourself in your underwear to help yourself make a move.
Cora would absolutely take this. She thinks that Mallory's a brilliant actress, so she'd be like, next time she's in Drama Club, she would 100% imagine that she's in her underwear.
Other people will tell you to imagine the audience, but Mallory likes herself better.
She would definitely 100% do that.
And you can broaden that. Right. Yeah, you can broaden that more to like any scenario, or you might not be sure. It's so sure of yourself, like just imagine you're in your underwear.
That's what she's gonna do. She's like,
Awesome.
this is what Mallory suggested. So this must be how I should do it.
I love it. Okay. So yeah, you're walking back. Killerin, you're gonna say something while you're still on your walk?
Yeah, I want to talk to Sawaro, check in on them, and I hope you're okay. I saw Hot Topic Boy try and, use his powers against you. I tend to throw myself into harm's way without really thinking about the consequences.
I mean, I'm okay. Are you okay?
I mean, I might never be able to eat yummy Japan again, but I don't know.
Oh.
Oh.
But yeah, I just care about y'all. Just wanna be there for you.
Are you trying to comfort Sawaro here?
No, I am sharing a vulnerability or a weakness.
Okay.
That's kind of what I was going with.
I got it. Okay, so in what way are you asking them who they'd like you to be?
Oh yeah. Give them influence over me and ask them who you'd like me to be. So I don't know.
Sawaro, who do you think Killerin should be?
How can I be there for you? Be the person you need.
I mean, you're a really great friend, so I really appreciated what you did.
Does Sawaro already have influence over you, Killerin?
Everyone has influence over me.
All right, that means that when they get influence again, you shift one of Killerin's labels, Sawaro, and you can kind of figure that into what does this mean for you telling them who you want them to be.
Oh, okay. I think you need to look out for yourself a little bit more. Maybe think before you act. And I would be trying to move Savior down and Superior up.
I'm gonna try and resist that. Because my superior is maxed.
Oh, I have some bad news. If they already have influence over you and that happens again, it just happens.
Okay, so superior,
Damn, you're so superior.
So if it can't go up anymore, that means that your labels don't shift, but you have to mark a condition.
Okay. Well, that's another condition.
Damn! It's okay. Cora's gonna bring everyone to get cookies after this.
Go back to the mall and go to Mrs. Fields.
No, we're gonna have Junebot make them.
Oh.
Or we can go to Cinnabon.
Insecure or guilty?
Well, this is super late at night, so it's open as like Denny's, right?
Totally go to Denny's with the stoners. Yeah.
We could get French toast.
And even if that part just makes you have a condition, you can still mark potential if you show them that person, Killerin. So just remember that. Even if it comes up later, you get to mark potential if you feel like you're showing Sawaro the person that they want you to be.
Which is thinking
Somebody
more.
who kind of looks for yourself a little bit more and thinks before you act.
Okay, I marked insecure.
All right, makes sense.
It's gonna make me want to defend even less, because then that'll be -3.
And remember, the way that you clear conditions is you can be comforted, or you can just do the thing that. Oh, it doesn't say that on your sheets, does it?
It says to clear.
Yeah, to clear. Oh, yeah, it says that on your sheets. You can also do that. If you do that in a scene, then at the end of the scene, you'll also get to clear. But yeah, that's...
After, as they're walking, after she finishes up her quick, very comforting chat with Mallory, where she kind of like pulled on her sleeve and pulled her aside, she kind of skips and boops up between Sawaro and Killerin and takes their hands exuberantly and said, "Well, it seems like it all came out okay in the end. I'm so glad we're all together. We should go do something to celebrate. I hear that when people want to celebrate in the middle of the night, they go to a place called Denny's. I don't know who Denny is, but their place sounds nice."
Well, you know, going to Denny's is way more fun if we're high first, right?
Oh my God.
And Jenna, I was wondering if you're able to produce any cactus juice.
Are you asking to drink my juice?
You want Sawaro to make peyote, and
Yes.
then you want... Oh my God. Oh man.
Sawaro's like, I mean,
I'm kind of peer pressuring you into doing this.
Are you trying to provoke them?
You know what? Yep.
All right. I really need to pee, so I'll be right back. But you think about how you're phrasing that provoke while I do that.
That's because there's nobody over here to drink his juice. I don't know. She's asking you to produce bodily fluid so that we can consume it.
I'm really concerned.
Come on, Jenna, we go way back. We gotta try this.
So oh God. Cora looks really confused because there's nothing she's read in any of her studies about humans consuming other people's bodily fluids.
Oh, Cora has a lot to learn. That sweet summer child.
And she's like, unless we're vampires.
Come on, Cora. Drama club's a pretty freaky scene.
We're not vampires, are we? Oh no.
You don't have any influence over me, do you?
I know you have influence over me.
Only,
I have influence over everyone.
Cora's the only one.
Cora has influence over me.
Right.
You're like, oh, do I want to produce some kind of fluid for them to consume? I don't know.
Or you can make a random ass plant do it for us. Just
that is true.
Sorry about that.
Drink of my juice.
Oh my God. Not only are you peer pressuring people to do drugs with you, you're peer pressuring them to secrete them. So yes, you can try to provoke, and that doesn't. To be clear, when we have player versus player in heavy quote marks provokes, you never have to do it. There are just certain things that will happen if you do or don't. So how are you doing this, Mallory?
all right. Well, I go about like, all right, Jenna, we go way back. You know, I've stuck through you through thick and thin after all these years. I'm just simply asking you to just produce just a little bit of peyote, just this much, this much so we can all have a more enjoyable Denny's experience. It's quite simple, really. It doesn't have to be peyote. She has control over plants. She can have some sort of other recreational plant that we can consume.
Cora's not sure how to take all of this as she's listening to this. I mean, she'd skipped up and had taken your hands.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll plus superior.
I gotta hear this.
Oh,
And I don't think you have influence over them because Saguaro is an island.
God damn it!
Oh.
I just want to get drunk and/or high with a teammate.
Okay, so mark your potential.
Oh no!
And what happens here actually is you get to turn it around. You see how like you kind of have more influence on them than they have on you, Saguaro. And you see them kind of like overextending and like really asking you to go out of your way. So you can make a request of them and treat it like you got a 10+.
Oh. Okay. Like, sure, Mallory, I can produce whatever plant that you'd like.
All right, no strings
But
attached.
you got to answer me a question.
Oh, yes.
Do you still see me as human?
Oh,
Masks a new generation, everybody.
Damn.
All right, so Mallory kind of she kind of bites her lip. She loves Jenna. Jenna and her go way back. But if she were to be honest, she'd probably admit that no, she no longer sees Jenna as human. But that's fantastic, because the worst, most insulting, most offensive thing that could happen to somebody is to be called boring or mundane. And I'm not like Jenna. I don't have powers, and I strive every moment of my life to become less mundane. So I think this is nothing but fabulous for Jenna. I know she doesn't see this the same way, but I think she is more fantastic for being less human.
That makes a lot of sense.
And Jenna says, okay, thanks. And sort of just thinks about it because, you know, it's not like those weren't bad words. It wasn't really what she was expecting, but like they weren't not what she was expecting either.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you want?
Well,
what do you want grown?
We're going to Denny's, so we need the devil's lettuce.
Devil's lettuce? Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's just very spicy lettuce.
Spicy lettuce.
Gonna have the
Coming
dankest Jenna nugs.
It's like when teenagers smoke hemp, you know.
What are we supposed to do with it, though?
Oh, Cora, you sweet summer child. I have so much to teach you. I am so glad that I've taken you under my wing. Can I mark that off my drive?
You actually have to smoke together, but yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, we don't have to like go into the detail of it, but like it is established in the fiction that you got high with some of your teammates.
All right.
And
I know I have to mark a condition and mark potential.
You do.
Yeah.
But also you get to add a team, which I just did, and we don't have to worry about the other thing because you got the 10+ on the provoke because Mallory did it, so she doesn't have to mark a condition. All right, so who's getting high before you go to Denny's?
No, obviously me.
Mallory's all right.
Can a plant get high?
We're about
You
to
tell
find
me.
out.
Killer
Just
in
on your
there.
That's literally your own supply. Okay, yep. Killer's token up.
All right.
It sounds like Saguaro's going to give it a try. Cora, are you going to sample these earthly delights?
God, pick my
Yeah, Cora would say, I think I don't understand, but I might as well give it a shot. If you're all doing it, it must be okay, right? Thanks. I don't.
Friends do on Earth.
Nobody tells her. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is legal in Halcyon City
Yeah, maybe it is.
for
Honestly.
recreational use. So she's like, well, I'm always eager to partake in any Earth custom, especially one that I don't know of, offhand.
Saguaro tries it. I rolled a 1d2. I said that it wasn't going to work, so it doesn't work. But Saguaro tries it.
Yep. So you're just like kind of standing there like, I don't feel anything. Do you guys feel anything? I don't feel anything.
Now, if you have a
Sure.
Did I just not do this plant right?
Oh, it's clear
No.
that you did it right.
now if you do a vodka foot bath,
Oh, maybe I just gotta soak my roots in alcohol.
Oh.
I'm not sure how Earth narcotics would affect Cora. Now that we're talking about that,
That's an interesting question to ponder. And I think probably the last few panels of the comic are the whole gang sitting at Denny's with the menus in front of them, and the standard human people all have like very red eyes and look kind of spaced out. And then Cora, I don't know, what do you think you look like?
I don't know. I could see because Cora exists in a world where harmony, unity, and connection are really, really important.
Mm-hmm.
And how they establish connection both naturally through pheromone and kind of biochemical influence, but also later through use of telepathy. And there's a whole backstory behind that I've also been writing out. But I could see her simultaneously it affecting her almost like she's on some kind of ecstasy, but she just becomes really friendly and snuggly, but also is kind of unwittingly emitting a pheromone where she influences everybody else to be really connected and positive. But also maybe she starts to get her first little tinkling of telepathic connection too. She's just really kind of reaching out her little energy roots as opposed to physical roots to make that bond.
Ooh, interesting.
And she might be glowing a little, just enough that people will be like, is she wearing a highlighter?
Nope, it's just weed. So Saguaro's got the
Maybe
good
she's
stuff.
boring with it. Maybe it's marijuana. I don't know.
And the waiter comes and takes your order. What does everybody order? And then that'll be it.
I ordered the menu. I did not spend my monthly allowance at the mall, and well, about to blow it right now.
All right.
I have a question. For my conditions, I have hopeless, and to clear that is to fling myself into easy relief.
Oh,
Would you count this as flinging myself into easy relief?
If you overindulge.
I'll overindulge.
If you get way more high than everybody else.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll do that. Parents might notice
yes.
when I go home, or I might just crash
They're
at
gonna smell it on
chorus.
while we're on the subject of housekeeping, we said we had my label shift to dangerous. Is that permanent or temporary?
Oh no, that was just how they saw you.
How they saw us. Okay, got it.
Yeah, that was the things they'd heard about you.
Ah, got it.
And what is Killer in order? Well, he's super high.
Moons over my hammy.
Oh,
The classic.
Yep.
that's totally what I was thinking of getting too, because it has the word moon right in it, and Cora would be totally delighted by that.
Killerin
So-
is definitely gonna recommend it. Like this sandwich, it's like moons isn't a descriptor. It's out there.
Out there, moons, cosmically delicious.
I just see like moons over my hammy, two identical plates from opposite each other, and then like you know how Denny's. I'm thinking of IHOP, but Denny's is probably the same thing where they like always have the different like kind of weird like fruit cocktail juice thing you can get.
Beverages.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, they have like 5 different kinds, and Killer in Order is one of every.
I also didn't blow my monthly allowance. So.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds really good.
And then you have the little pancake bites and everything.
Yep. All right, and then you were getting the moons over my hammy as well, Cora.
Because it says moon right in it, and he was
Mhm.
saying it's really out there how
Yep.
good it is. It sounds perfect.
Yep.
Yes.
And Sawara, what are you getting?
Tomorrow has a glass of water. I'm a cactus.
Do
Aww.
you like pour it on your
Also-
feet?
What?
Do you like pour it
No,
on your feet?
I drink it like normal, but
okay.
also like I'm pretty sure I spent all my money while I was at the mall, or I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
have money because
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't. I live at Cora's house and I ran away from home after I turned into a cactus person. So
They
I
might
just have
give
a
you.
glass of water.
They might give you an allowance too.
Can Sawaro eat still?
Yeah, probably, but I'm content with a glass of water. I'm a cactus.
Okay. Well, I didn't spend all my allowance, and Sawaro is Cora's very best friend. So she would do something like get the true symbol of human friendship, which is mozzarella sticks, and share mozzarella sticks with Sawaro. Because what's not to love about mozzarella sticks? I mean, they're pretty much amazing.
So Wara starts growing flowers and making a flower crown for Cora.
Oh, aw. I would love it.
Aw. And that's a nice place to leave off on the gang, and then I think we get just a few panels. We see it's the morning, and the principal from last time, Principal Karloff, who has a name now, is just standing, and they're probably like in the wrecked facility, like at least as close as they could get, and they're looking around it, and they're just like crushing some papers in their hand. And then a voice behind them speaks up and says like, well, was this part of your plan too? And we just get like a behind the shoulder shot of it's like a woman with strawberry blonde hair. And the principal just kind of looks back at her with like this mixture of like resentment and fear. And
Hell Six's
That's-
sister.
that's the end of this panel. There's the end of this issue. Awesome job, everybody. That was a great session.
Yes, thank you for running.
My pleasure. Now we get to trigger those end of session moves real quick, and then we're done.
I have to take an advancement
You do. You do. Don't forget
because
about
I
that.
messed up a lot.
But that means you grow. That's the
I'm
only
so
way to
close
grow.
to an advancement.
I need one.
I need
Okay.
one.
Well, there will be a way to do that.
One what?
End of session. At the end of every session, choose one. And I will just copy that in there. I'll read it out loud too for anybody who might be watching. Grow closer to the team. Explain who made you feel welcome. Give influence to that character and clear a condition or mark potential. Grow into your own image of yourself. Explain how you see yourself and why. Shift one label up and another down. Or grow away from the team. Explain why you feel detached. Take influence over you away from another character. And that's under the peripheral moves, which are here. So who wants to start?
I can start. Grow closer to the team.
Okay.
Sawaro always always gives me an opportunity where she throws flowers towards me, which, I may not have superpowers, but I feel more valid. I'm able to bring my skills to the table, even though other people might feel that um, other superhero teams might not feel that, stage acting is analogous to crime fighting, but that's Swaro. She always makes me feel welcome. So she can have influence. I think she already has influence over me.
Yep. So she gets to shift one of your labels.
I have influence over everyone.
Yes. And I'm able to either clear a condition, which I don't have any, or mark potential.
All right. So what labels are you shifting, Sawaro?
I think I'm going to shift. Is it one up and one down?
Exactly.
Okay. I will shift. If I'm throwing flowers all the time.
So yes, this is how Sawaro sees them.
How do I see them? I see them as like well, freak is like unleash your powers. I don't see you as like a freak, but I see you as very powerful.
Well, that could be superior. Like, don't necessarily just think in what terms of what the moves are. Think of what like these labels represent. Like, do you see them as better than most people, better than their peers? Then they're superior. Do you see them as like always helping you out and saving the day? Savior. Stuff like that.
Oh, okay. I will increase superior and decrease mundane.
Sound good? All right. Does that go through? Okay, Mallory.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. And you marked potential.
Yes, I marked potential.
All right. Awesome. Well, Sawara was just talking. So what are you gonna do?
I am also going to grow closer to the team.
Okay.
Hold on, I gotta find my page. Make you feel welcome. I'm gonna say I'll give influence to Mallory.
Okay.
For telling me, I'm not human, but like it's okay that I'm not human.
Yes, I like that moment. That was a very good moment. And hey, somebody else has influence on Sawaro now. Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
I'm going to draw another arrow.
Yeah, so now 2 people have influence on me.
All right. And are you going to mark potential or clear a condition?
I think I'm going to mark potential.
Cool. All right. Cora or Killerin?
I can go.
All right.
So I think, let's take a look real quick. Peripheral moves. I think that Cora, I think Cora definitely grew closer to the team.
Okay.
Inadvertently because of the marijuana usage, but even before that, she had kind of a crisis of self, where she really questioned, like, she felt embarrassed and she maybe even felt kind of ashamed about her experience in drama club. But she was able to reach out to Mallory, who is, the president of drama club and all things dramatic. And so Mallory kind of reaching out to her and taking her under her proverbial wing definitely helped her feel closer to the team as a whole as well.
Nice.
So I'm pretty sure Mallory already has influence over Cora because everyone has influence over Cora.
Yep. So what labels are you shifting, or Mallory?
Okay. Cora's a freak, and that's fantastic. And Cora's not mundane at all.
All right, so we're going up one freak and down one mundane?
Yes.
All right, doing that right now. Excellent. And I am taking potential for that.
Sweet. And Killerin.
I am gonna grow closer to the team.
Yay.
Our team's so wonderful.
Mallory, you're pretty adaptive to like anything. Your moves out there on the polished floor.
We made a pretty fantastic duo out there.
We did. I couldn't have done it without you, though.
Cute. You should try out for Kung Fu Hustle on Ice next time.
We'll see. And you already have influence over me, so you get to move my labels.
All right. Ooh. Let's put up a... You're already max superior, aren't you? Oh, no. Because the way you were able to use the computer, that was awesome. Oh, yeah, in a perfect world, you go up one superior and down mundane. But you also used her powers. Again, Mallory's big thing is the most offensive thing you could be is boring or basic or mundane. So she's going to have a tendency to push down your mundane. And if you have power, she thinks that's amazing. So let's move you up a freak.
Okay.
Mallory just loves her freaks.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am now max freak and superior.
Ooh,
wow.
Think about what that means for how your character sees themselves.
Yeah. And yeah, mundane 0, savior -1, danger -2. And I'm going to take a potential, which is going to give me an advancement.
Yay!
Nice. All right. So I think... go ahead, sorry.
I'm not going to decide on my advancement now, but just curious, for advancements for things like Doom and Burn that have prerequisites, like spending Burn and things like that, how does that work if you want to take from another playbook?
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Moves that have like Burn, I think, aren't technically... Well, let me just look at Nova. Nova.
Because like Nova doesn't actually have anything that says burn moves, it just says burn. So can you not take anything from there?
Yeah, they don't have moves per se, they have burn. There are certain playbooks, I think, that have the option of you can unlock burn. But if you are going for an advancement that just says like take a move from another playbook, that's not a move.
It has to actually say like outsider moves or
exactly.
Janice moves. Okay.
Yep. And just to touch on advancement real quick, since so many of you marked all that potential. Nice work,
a ton of potential because I kept screwing up.
The masks handles advancement in an interesting way too. I love all the little touches this game has. You don't just like spend points on something or choose, every level you choose XYZ. You can actually see on your playbook, if you look at like the PDF version of it, on the left there is a list of boxes, and you can check any one of those boxes above the line. and then reflect that on your character sheet. They're all pretty self-explanatory. The moment of truth is a very interesting thing. It says a lot about your character. When you unlock your moment of truth, that means you can see that thing on the top of the sheet. That is you getting to take control of the narrative. You say, like, this is a huge moment for my character, and I basically say how things turn out. I'll probably get to say how the fallout happens, or like, knock-on effects. And, obviously it still has to make sense in the fiction. You can't just say I become God. But that gives you a lot of power. And once you unlock it, you can do that once. And then you can see on the second track, after you've taken 5 advances, you can unlock it again. So it's like a cool way to think of like what is your character's moment where everything goes dark around them and it zooms in on their face, and you just see like things are coming to a head for your character. Nothing will be the same for them after this. So yeah, that is a cool thing you can do. And you don't have to choose your advancements now. Feel free to choose them later on. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me about them.
What?
Awesome. Well, I think that covers it. Any questions or anything we should touch before we end for the evening?
I'm good.
It was fun. I had a good time.
Yes, I had a great time running. You were a great super group. Sorry if it was a little weird in the beginning. I was kind of getting my feet under me and making this arc work, but I think in the second half it really took off, and it took on a life of its own. So I was very happy with that.
Hold on. Before we leave, let's actually think of a name for our group.
Oh, sure,
Okay.
yeah.
It's definitely a weak spot for us.
So let's see, supergroup names. You got the Teen Titans, Young Justice, the Avengers,
The Denny's Diners.
Fantastic Four, the Dennysons.
Superhero team name generator.
I feel like Halcyon City Heroes would have to be taken by now, but you can call yourselves that, and then eventually the other group would be like, "What the hell?"
The Anomalies.
The new Halcyon City Heroes. Yes.
The moon's over Miami.
Nobody can be.
The Anomalies is cool. We could break on that idea and just have everybody percolate on it and have that be the first thing we decide when we play again.
That's a good idea.
Discord chat, yeah.
Because I could totally... I could imagine, like, Quora, like, laying back on her very, like, 50s bedroom bed, like, kicking her fluffy slippers above her head, and, like, having a pen and, like, a pad of paper and asking Sawara, like, how about blah, blah, blah? No.
No. Reefer's Revenge. Okay. Well, I think that does it. Thank you so much for playing, everybody. This is awesome. I love this system, and you folks do a great job of bringing it to life. So this is very cool for me.
Yay.
All right. Thanks for playing, everybody, and thank you for watching.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
you much. Take care, everyone. Stay safe.